Oh, chat, it's another fucking Monday. Oh, God, here we go again. Here we go again. It's Monday. Welcome in, guys. How was your weekend? Did any of y'all catch any of the shit that we did this weekend? Awesome.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
This Armstrong is brought to you by Gamer Steps. Use code Dark Carnival. Use it as an excuse to take a drink. It's Monday, which means it's my Wednesday. It's your Wednesday. It's now and Mondays, now and Mondays. And there's no murder this Monday. Truly a miracle. Truly a miracle. What kind of Mondays? Monster Monday. Today is Monster Monday. Marchin' Monday. But it's June. I think. Yeah, according to my calendar, it's June. Time to fix that. You're gonna fix that. It's not. Oh, hold on. I just realized something. There we go. There we go. I had two jackets. I had two jackets because I've been using this model over the weekend, and I have both a regular toggle and like a macro that does like the OBS toggles and stuff. We're halfway done. Ugh, I don't like it. Yeah, it's moving too fast. It's moving too fast. Or at least it feels like it's moving too fast. But how many people caught anything that we did this weekend? If it was, what was it? Friday for Mage, Saturday morning at Konos, Saturday afternoon at VTuber Talk, where we were on a little bit of a talk show. If you want to go watch that, it should be up as a VOD. And then Sunday, last night for Mage. I saw a lot of y'all there. Caught a lot of pings. All the pings. You're getting all the pings going forward. No, it was just a very busy weekend. It was an unusually busy weekend, which is why there were so many pings. That's why. That would be why. But chat, I checked a thing. During the pre-roll, I checked our analytics. Why does it never catch any pings going backwards? Going backwards. Because I can't time travel. If I could time travel, this would be a whole different kind of show. Hey chat, today on stream, we're going to go back and kill Mussolini. I'm going to show you live footage of Mussolini hanging upside down from the gallows. Christ. But yes, I looked at analytics. Chat, since we made the pseudo announcement that we were really close to partner, do you want to guess how many 75 plus streams we've had? Do you want to guess? Since then, since we've made that announcement. Hey chat, I know what we doing. Today, chat, we're gonna react to the execution of of Benito Mussolini. And then it's just go back in time, just sitting there eating popcorn. 10Ks, 10,000? What? What? No. I don't know, at least one? No. The answer is 0. We have 0 75 plus streams. That's all. That's all I wanted to say. That's it. No, not Swagito Mussolini. Oh my God. I swear there's another one. Was it Swagalini? I think there was one I've heard before at some point in my life that was like Swagalini. I was like, ugh. Time to go to the departments again? I guess you're gonna have to. Weird know if man had 10K people here. I fucking wish, dude. I fucking wish. Bro Nito Familini? Oh no. Benito Swagalini. Joseph Staten, Adolf. Okay, I've heard the Adolf Drippler. Weirdly enough, Adolf Drippler's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I'm not handling 10K people. Listen, if we had 10K people prolonged... What the shit? like for like a prolonged time, I would be getting more mods. Ordain would probably be a mod. Ordain's probably the first one to get bashed with the mod sword. I can't even handle one. What do you mean? You're doing great. You're actually, you and Carrie have this like down to a fucking art. If we had too many more people, I still think y'all could like easily handle it. Imagine having 10k of me. I don't think there's gonna be 10k of you. I don't think that's possible, Ordain. The last closest one that was like you was Ganon. Ganon was the last closest thing. Whole milk instead of oat milk versus me with a rioting stomach after downing my protein shake. Damn, whole milk protein shake and do be hitting hard. All right. 10k of Mowen? I don't think anybody wants that. I don't think the world wants that. Sakurine Spell, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? How's your Monday? Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. More Malvins to fix the things. The Armstrong interrupt would have to be like a 1 million redeem. True. Because well, I think it also has, I think it can only be played a certain number of times in a stream, as well as it has a cooldown. I'm pretty sure it has a cooldown. I think you can only do it like 3 times in a stream. 3 times, I think, is the maximum. 1 man to rule them all. Correct. And don't you fucking forget it. Honk. Hi, Halo. Halo, how was your 2 days of sleep? Did you sleep well? Did you have wonderful eep? Were you dead to the world? Also, Raph, thank you for renewing your season pass. Holy shit, 1.5 years. That's almost a year, you fucking dork. You fucking dork. Oh my god, who was the other one? Melissa, thank you for renewing your season pass too. 7 months, holy shit. Nice. No, nice. 2 days sleep, jealous. The dark is alone with you. I see a fucking apparently, dude. Apparently I can't keep myself away from this game. I guess is it, I have a problem? Is that what this is? Do I have a problem? Also, I'm lagging. I'm lagging already. Also, I've been weirdly considering getting rid of, what is it? Tits? The throwing system? Yeah, I've been considering it recently, just getting rid of it. While it's fun and it's goofy, I think if I like reduce and like had... Why are you starting the hype train? Why are you starting the hype train? But also, thank you, Lone Wolf. 20 months? Damn. Damn. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else gonna have larger months count? Any of y'all? Anybody else? Anybody else possibly got, you know? Oh, there it is. Gifted one to ginger ale. I found a sword. Where did you get that sword? Where did Aki give you that sword? Why did Aki give you that sword? What the hell? Oh, goodness. I already have a job. They're taking away the tits. Ah! Listen, you'll be fine. Stop us from taking them and now take them herself? What do you mean? What do you mean? I ain't done nothing. Who says they gave it? Oh. Whose sword did you take then? If Aki didn't give it to you, did you steal one of her mod's swords? And chat this wonderful Monday? It's a Monday. I've been to the gym. I'm really tired. I'm really, really tired. Leave the titty alone. No, it's Tits is in Twitch integrated throwing system. It's a little program that lets you throw things at me visually. It's oh wait, I can do this. It's this. All this. And it uses a lot of CPU power. So I also wouldn't doubt if when I do that and like it activates and starts throwing stuff that the bitrate tanks. It wouldn't be that. Ow, Bob. Oh, wait, that's a good emote. Holy shit. Mod check holding the sword. Wait, that's cool. I like that. That's a good fucking like mod emotes. I have not seen one like that before. I never actually thought about the real thing. Oh, real thing. Also, gamer steps. I need to talk to them about getting the one that like spins on there replaced. Because while I do like, I really do quite like Blowhole Blast. I don't care for Shy Lily. Not even a little bit. Okay. Chat, did you hear any of the news over the weekend? Hi, Tommy. Is that a fish? Fish. Fish. Womp womp. No, I've never really cared for Shy Lily. I've never been able to stand her. I froze again. Why did I freeze again? Talking bad, the partial owner minus 100 gamer credits. Do I have a social score with gamer steps? Is that what this is? Do I have to like every single partial owner of gamer steps? Listen, get me into a board meeting. I'll give her the bird. That's probably something I shouldn't say. She's fine. She's... As pertaining to someone else who is technically a partial owner, Shy Lily is not problematic. Insulted someone minus 5 points? Oh my god. Oh my god. It'd be so Jover, dude. It'd be so Jover. I'm a professional hater over here. Professional hater, baby. It's not about hating as much as you can. It's about hating properly. Hating smart. Yeah, baby, don't say you'd give them the bird. It's just a bird. Ganon, get your bird. Show everybody your bird. Come on. Okay. Oh my. Me wake up minus... Aw, damn it, Bazant. Not the skibby billion. What the fuck is that? Bird up, bird up, bird up, bird up. Who's giving birds? Where's the Dane's bird? Oh, that bird works. That's a good bird. That is a very good bird. Oh, wait, no, that's not a bird. That's a kiwi. That's a fruit. That's a kiwi. Oh, no. Does Zordane not have his bird anymore? Not have their bird anymore? Made fun of Trump and Muskrat plus 100. Listen. I will continue to do such. I will continue to do such. That will not change. You can't stop me. But... I know I sound like the Minecraft villagers, what it feels like to me. But I don't really have any... Oh, what's that? I didn't have any plans for today, generally, besides getting to the game. So, I mean, in terms of news, we had, like, the VTuber shenanigans with... I almost said HoloLive, it is not HoloLive. It was Niji Sanji. I don't know if anybody heard about that. That apparently one of their members is, one, racist as shit, self-admitted transphobe, and just an extremely generally bad person. And whenever it came out, the audio for it, she made like one of those like shitty, of course, like black screen apologies, if you know what I mean. And then in the comments of it, completely fucking backpedaled on what she was saying. And then even at one point admitted that she was, one, into incestuous lolicon roleplay. As the lolly. She wanted to be the lolly in incestuous lolicon roleplay. And then said that that will never change and she will always do that. Which is insanity. Insane. Well, yeah. She also tried to deflect from herself. Thank you guys for the hype train, by the way. She also tried to deflect from herself by... I see you. I see you too, Bucko. What's the problem? What's the deal? We got an issue over here? A therapist-a-thon stat. What? Okay, interesting. Interesting strategy. It was Twisty. Her name's Twisty. But whenever she got like caught and called out, she tried to deflect by outing another Nijisanji member named Aster, because apparently he invites talents and apparently just women in general to Japan for peg in hole. I can't hold my hands up. A circle and one finger inside hole. Hand motion, including some of the talents. But then she got mad when it didn't get the heat off of her. She threw a fit in her own YouTube video comments. Whenever it didn't like completely take the heat off of her, and people were like, "Oh yeah, we have enough hate for both of you." Thank you, Super. That is actually, whose emotes are those? That Kawaii Wolfie. Those are very cute emotes. I like the eyes. The eyes are very pretty. Yeah, eggplant emoji, wet emoji. That'll do. That'll get the job done. That'll get the message across. I'm sure. I'm sure it'll be fine. What the heck? Bizant. We'll deal with that. We talked about it, about the type of wait, what? We'll deal with that later. We were talking about the type of moment. Type of moment? Is sad since she was sex pested by another Shinji, but all of this shit coming out about her is not making her very sympathetic. She also called her own community the R word and said that they should give her more money. And called them broke losers. Mind you, all of this stuff was in the same audio. It's like, I think it was like 3 minutes. 3 minutes of audio of her playing a game. She's playing like League with a friend. And you can tell the longer this goes on, the more uncomfortable the friend gets. Because the friend keeps trying to like stop her from talking. And is just, I mean, like, she's trying to be like, that's pretty, that's kind of mean. And, oh, yeah, okay. As she's just like going off. I think I've seen this rant. It came out in the last like 2 days. Maybe it was yesterday. Maybe it was just really early yesterday. Because I didn't get to the gym till late yesterday. And I would listen to it while I was at the gym. And I was fucking flabbergasted, my dude. Flabbergasted. I am not gonna play it on stream. I am not. Who means disability? Wow, that's fucked up. Yeah. She also has like a super fan. Apparently his name's Epic. And she, one, called him the R word. She knows he's Indian. And she started just bagging on him. And I mean like racist bagging. And even started just being like, I bet he smells like curry. I never want to see, if I see him at a meet and greet, I'm just going to actually kill myself. Was like one of the things she said. I was like, you're saying that about one of your super fans? Oh, and then she complained that he doesn't give her enough money. That was the next part. She bagged on him, made fun of him for his race, and then called him broken poor. Curry is amazing. It's the way she said it. If like somebody smells like curry, that in and of itself is not necessarily an insult. It is. Wait, come a fucking again? Yeah. Biting the hand that feeds, going for the throat. Yeah. And then she redirected to her entire fan base. She also bagged on Nijisanji itself because she hates them. She complained about like her design. She was like, my character's like 70% lag. I don't know what they wanted whenever they picked up a person who role plays as a lolly on Twitter and didn't give me a lolly character. And she just like bitched about that. She bitched about that. She wants to be a lolly. And if you Google her, if you Google Nijisanji Twisty, you'll see at minimum, 2 of her outfits have custom pacifiers, like baby pacifiers, built into the model. She purposely got pacifiers built into at least 2 of her models. Does anyone like that even get paid? I don't know, honestly. What people are guessing is that it's either the friend in the call or another friend who's quiet in the call that recorded the whole thing. And I guess has like some sort of resentment to her now because it was recorded not before she became Twisty, but after she became Twisty. So this isn't something that's just like, oh, this is who they were like before they started streaming this, or this is like a couple years ago, or hell, it could have been even like 2010s because it was fucking League playing in the background. No. It's because she was talking about Niji Sanji directly and her fans. Yeah, it's Twisty. We were talking about Twisty. Hi, Broth. Also, I got curious, so I started seeing what was trending on the side panel. Breaking news! Trump is mad at Tim Cook and Apple for not destroying their company by moving everything to America. So he has decided to grift some more by selling phones via a new phone company, Trump Mobile, to his gullible followers. If anybody buys the Trump phone, I hope they know nothing they do on it is going to be private. Trump Mobile is going to sell every fucking shred of data they can get out of every single phone. Because they won't care for FCC regulations, I guarantee it. Especially because I just saw the video for it. It's fucking Eric Trump is the one that's like advertising it. A human excuse for a shriveled squash. Christ, dude. $100% more scams. Every business they've ever had has been a scam. And I can't imagine. They have to be like piggybacking off of another phone company, right? Like they have to be using like Verizon's cell towers or AT&T's or something. It was fucking pathetic. I heard from Annie that it was pathetic. I did not see fucking any of it, but I did hear that apparently Trump threw a hissy fit in the White House. And he was really mad about it. Wait, what is this? Or debuting a cellular phone called T1 Mobile. T1 Mobile. On bold new wireless service for Americans. Okay. Eventually, all the phones can be built in the US. Eventually? Eventually? It looks like a shitty iPhone. It looks like a shitty iPhone with a custom case. That's what it looks like. It looks like a shitty iPhone with like a custom engraved case. It even has like the 3 cameras that I think the most recent iPhone has. With what materials? Correct. With what materials? What manufacturing companies? You're not going to build the manufacturing companies. I know you're not. I know none of the Trump businesses are going to build the necessary manufacturing plants to do shit like this. Because they're never willing to spend that much money on something. They have never once in their life been willing to spend money on anything. Do y'all remember what Trump University looked like? They rented an office building and used it as their university. Why does Trump think factories appear like city skyline? What do you mean? If I set industrial zoning, what do you mean it doesn't turn into a cell phone factory? Wait, what is this? Oh, this is from GTA, I think. Somebody took the picture from GTA where a guy like holds his phone to his head and the phone explodes and I guess kills him. Unless he got shot. I don't know. I don't actually know the full context for the scene, but it looks like GTA and a dude holds a phone to his head. Life Invader founder and CEO. Never truly alone in the dark. I have the voices. The industrial bar goes down when I tell them to build a factory. Oh my god. Oh my god. MAGA influencers finding out they can only post to Truth Social on their new Trump T1 cell phone. Wait. An affordable $499 smartphone and mobile phone plan. That's an iPhone. That's literally an iPhone. Hold on, chat. Do you want to see this? Should I show this to you at all? Should I show you the picture of this? Or do we just not bother? Because I do think it's extremely stupid. And I swear it's just an iPhone with like a different engraving on back. Yeah, $500 is the 47.45 monthly plan. Yep. It's not, frankly, price-wise, that's not bad. But I would not be surprised to find out. Wait a second. Hold on. No, that's an iPhone. That is definitely a fucking iPhone. In fact, I can tell it's a fucking iPhone because I have an iPhone right in front of me and the fucking interface looks exactly the same. Whatever brain dead moron buys this needs to be shot. Fun fact, Trump phones will be made in China. Get fucked. Christ. Wait, y'all don't have $0 phone plans in the US? No. Wait, what do you mean $0 phone plans? The phone price maybe, but the monthly plan is nearly twice everyone else's? Oh. the Goopy. Hi, Goopy. Oh, the past 2 days I had a toddler come in my hair with scissors and douse me with super soaker full Why did a toddler have a super soaker full of piss? Explain. Explain. Honestly, I'd probably punt a toddler too if they had a super soaker full of piss. Okay, well, you seem like a real person. Macho Go Savage. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I thought it was a goofy parody name. In Canada, we have plans to subsidize the hardware fee and you don't pay for the phone at the start of the contract. Oh. Oh, that's actually really cool. Nah, they never do that shit here. They'll never do that shit here. The phone that I have right now, I bought it after my phone before. I accidentally took it into the river when I was doing a lifeguard training course. I'm even from Ohio? Oh, no. Wait, no, that means you're even less real. Also, Project Sword Tax. I'm sorry, Mr. Follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. Give up people giving them money. Oh. Manifest a meteor? Listen, sometimes there's things you gotta do, okay? You gotta do what you gotta do. Aircraft joins mornings with Maria. Trying to set up Trump Pay on my Trump phone and it immediately sends my credit card info to a teenager in Moscow who spends everything on CSGO skins. Oh, good lord. You know what? Chat, you know what we need to bring back? We need to bring back brick cell phones. We need to bring back those like brick phones. You know the ones I'm talking about, the like 90s cell phones that are just a massive brick. I don't blame the mother. She was busy changing her 6-month-old diaper for the 4th time. Wait, did you ever explain how he got a super soaker full of piss? I don't care that it was his birthday. He peed in it himself. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? I'd punt a toddler for that. I mean it. I'd punt a toddler for that. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. Straight to the goddamn moon on that one. So there's 2 pictures I keep seeing of the Trump phone. There's one that looks like it's somebody holding it up in front of the camera. And it is definitely just a white iPhone with like the black back glass just says Trump Mobile and then an American flag on it. And then there's this other one that looks like a gold brushed metal like case, but it still very much looks like an iPhone. It is an iPhone. I bet it's an iPhone. The Baron phone is strong as the Nokia 3310. I can't wait to see tech channels that end up getting one of these for the sole fact that they want to bash the ever-loving shit out of it. Give me back my radioactive brick phone that comes with brain cancer. Nah, bring back the suitcase cell phone, baby. It's time for the suitcase cell phone. My joy was heightened. Watch him decide on what 90% of his gifts are going to be selling after they found he owed in carrying English. Come on. The man phone is strong as the Nokia 3310. Yes, and it comes with a free phone case. That comes with a lip, so you're less likely to break it. I will make sure you do not break your phone in the first, 3 days of having it. Wait, what the fuck is... Double the comparable Mint Mobile price, but you get, quote, unlimited 24/7, 365 telehealth via phone or video or phone. Through who? Through who? Telehealth and pharmacy benefit? It says fucking nothing, dude. It says fucking nothing. Ugh. Oh, and then there's also apparently some people just bad-mouthing the military parade on Saturday. Insane. Insane. You know what we need, chat? Do you know what we need more in our life? We need the Resident Evil cube phone. Let me get a picture of this. I need it. I need images of this. Image. It's a fucking WebP! Because of course it's a WebP. Of course it's a WebP. It's always a WebP. Always a WebP. Are you a WebP? No, you're an AVIF. That's just as bad. Terrible. Terrible. Everything about you is awful. There's a JPEG. It's so hard to find a JPEG. I look like I know what a JDAM is. Anyway. Let me... We're going to have to swap to the screen for this one. Show. Where is my screen? There it is. Okay. And then... Gonna need to change this. All right, chat. We're gonna see if any of y'all remember this. There it is. There's the cube phone. This is what we need. We need the hologram cube phone. You know, the cube that like folds in half and like turns into just like a bunch of sticks. Thank you for self-care, Kiko. Self-care is brought to you by Gamer Subs because I'm still finishing my Gamer Subs from the gym time. What do you mean you hate it so much? What do you mean? Here, hold on. Hold on. I'll show you how, like, she uses it at one point. There it is, capture. There you go. That's Ada Wong holding it up to her ear. And then, of course, there's this schmuck talking to her on the phone via video call. Fantastic. It's great. What do you mean? What's not to love? I use GS for the gym too. Yeah. No. Yep, it's Resident Evil 6. It was Resident Evil 6. Right up there with Revelations. The fucking Simmons literal simp. True. It only shows up a couple times too, and I think Ada's the only one that has it, and I do not think that there is any explanation, which is so fucking funny. I knew Resident Evil 6 was gonna suck when I saw this ridiculous phone. Like, what the fuck? It's so funny too, because she pulls it out of her pocket, and it's folded like this. Like, it goes up, and then she flicks it down, and that's when it like makes the cube shape. And then it turns into this. Just install Rails above the street so you can plug your hardline phone in and walk it with you. Like cable cars and stuff. Oh my god. From Artemis Fowl? Is there an Artemis Fowl one? You're lying. Artemis Fowl cube phone. This? The fairy box? Good lord. Okay, this is from the Eternity Code. I don't know if I read this one because I read Artemis Fowl when I was like really young. Yeah, I think I read this book. I think this is what I remember it looking like. This is what I remember Artemis Fowl books looking like when they were in my school. But then there's like these other ones that look kind of like light novel-y. Books. YouTube. I'm trying to remember, was this is from the Eternity Game, but wasn't it Talk to Fairies, or am I misremembering? I think I'm misremembering. I'm almost certain I'm misremembering. All right, we need to go back to the desk. We need to go back to the desk, kids. It feels like it was over 20 years ago. No, mine wasn't quite 20 years ago. Definitely more than 15, though. Definitely more than 15. But, just, it's all real. It's na-na-na-na. Hi, Abaddon. How are you doing? All right, hold on. What is this? What the fuck? American cop pushing over an old man because the horse got scared of the old man? Pathetic, dude. Fucking pathetic. Oh, and they're beating him with a stick? What the shit? Uh-oh. American cops. Cowards. Cowards, every single one of them. Oh, right, chat. Did y'all hear that a couple of the, well, technically two couples were attacked by a man this weekend in Minnesota? Two of the Minnesota representatives. One of the representatives and his wife were killed, while the other one and his wife, sorry, one was a woman, one was a man. So technically I think the woman and the husband died. Hi, Momo. How was your stream? We're here for the chaos. We're here for the chaos. Chaos. We're just going to talk about the Minnesota assassinations. Attempted assassinations. He was caught. Apparently, the assassin was caught. I don't know if it was earlier this morning or if it was yesterday. But I did see the news this morning. He's been caught, and they found him hiding in the woods in Minnesota. Like, the man didn't even leave the state. A pastor and is in custody. I heard he was also expected to be. He was a what was it? He was like a specialist of security for a security company. But welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mart. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, which or whatever my inclinations like to get into. We are currently trying to make the final pushes for partner. I actually did do a check, and I told chat this earlier. Chat, do not spoil this. I want to know if Momo can guess how many 75 plus streams we've got since I announced how close we were to partner. When I made like the first post that was like, guys, we're shockingly close to partner. If we do a little bit more, then we'll probably be able to get it. Do you want to guess how many more? 7? How many we got since I've made those posts? 4 crashes on 7. Hi, Gaia. Had to walk away, didn't make it. No, Momo, the answer is 0. The answer is 0. We have not had a single 75 stream in 2 weeks.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Ignoring the one stream we had Thursday when like all of Twitch went down because of like the Cloudflare problem. No, it has gone down. Overall CCV on the channel has gone down. We no longer qualify at 75 plus CCV at all. So yeah, unfortunately, that's what happened, which is why we would need like a week of all like 70 plus streams. Twitch dying are fun sometimes. How close are you to the 75 now? I could go check. Let me see really quick. Overall, how do I check the overall? There it is. We're now under 70. We are now under 70. Yeah, it happens. It happens. I think it was just like this. We had like a small surge, and a lot of follows after the debut. But since then, it just sometimes happens. We don't end up with a wait. Chat, you want to hear some good news? All right, BRB. Okay, Archer. Well, thank you. Hold on. This is funny as shit. This is an article. 53-year-old billionaire Sanjay Kapoor has died after a bee stung him in the mouth during a polo match, triggering a heart attack. Hold on. Who is this man? I don't know who this is. Who are you? Friend of Prince William? What? Okay, but what does he do? Okay, here's this Forbes article. Updated. Okay, he's just barely a billionaire. Chairman of auto components maker Sona Comstar. Oh, he inherited it from his dad in 2015. 9 factories across India, China, Mexico, Serbia, and the US. Supplies parts for electric 2 wheels and 3 wheels. I did not think that was going to be a billion-dollar industry. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, the bee sting in the mouth is incredible. Bee to the rescue. Let's go. Let's go, bees. Metawatt, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Also, Wolfie, thank you for renewing your season pass. Holy shit. We're here for the chaos. Oh my god, I missed it when I said. Also, hi, Undine. Just barely. Like, I'll still take it, dude. No, I was gonna say, even millionaires, I would still. Yes, go, buddy. Let's go. That's so fucking funny, though. That's so fucking funny. How bad does your health have to be that if you're playing a polo game and you get stung in the mouth by a bee, you have a heart attack? What kind of bee is this? Hold on, is there any, like, additional information on this fucking bee? Witnesses said Kapir told others, "I've swallowed something," before collapsing. Should have stayed a millionaire, then there wouldn't have been a bee there. Fuck, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that so much, but that's so good. That's so good. Let's, like, don't sleep on your teeth care, because that'll lead to a heart attack too. True. That's I had a family friend, or at least my dad had a friend, that she died. I wish I was joking. She was died and resuscitated 3 times because she didn't take care of a strep throat. Her strep throat eventually led to, like, prolonged heart failure, and she flatlined 3 times on the table. And yeah, she hasn't been the same since, but she's doing okay. Shouldn't have been a billionaire, then there wouldn't. Should have stayed a millionaire, then there wouldn't have been a bee there. Good lord. Good lord. I'm trying to find. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any information on, like, what kind of fucking bee this was. Here, let me go to the original article. Unfortunately, this is a Dexerto article, so, you know, you do as you must. He had reportedly swallowed a bee and was stung in the mouth, triggering the heart attack. Stings triggered a suspected allergic reaction that led to Kapir, a close friend of Prince William, going into cardiac arrest. Happened June 12th, almost 4 days ago. During the Queen's Cup subsidiary final, Kapir's team was playing against the Sujin Indian Tigers. Witness said Kapir told others, "I've swallowed something," before collapsing. Hi, Coco. I forgot you were in here. What are you doing? Hi, Stinky. I can't pet you while you're down there. Get up here. Is that how you pronounce that? I have no idea. I have no idea. Sanjay Kapir. Kapir? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Morale, welcome in. How are you doing? But yeah, I guess we can only assume it was probably some sort of allergic reaction. The Dune School. He went to a school called the Dune School. Amazing. Amazing. Let's go B. Let's go B. Hell yeah. But I don't see. Let me see. Let's see if there's any other news really quick. Would you rather perform frame perfect knee launcher or activate? I do not know what that means. I do not know what that means. Hi, Super. Thank you for the bits. She's laying next to me, but she's staring at the door, and I don't know if she wants to go out or if there's something else that she wants. She's just kind of staring at the door, laying down. Hold on, I'm gonna do this. Hi, Coco. That's my chunky baby. You're a goofball, Coco. And you got no neck. You ain't got no neck, Coco. Where your neck go? All right. So he was allergic to bees. Interesting. A lot of people are shockingly allergic to bees. It kind of depends on species of bees. Wait, this is cool. Yo, 23 hours ago, trending. Dodgers singer performs anthem in Spanish. During a recent game at the Dodgers Stadium, singer Neza, I probably butchered how you say that too, chose to perform the national anthem in Spanish, an act that went against the team's preferences. This performance, highlighted by Neza's own social media posts, has stirred significant discussion. While there's no confirmed evidence of a lifetime ban from the Dodgers, the incident has resonated with fans, particularly within the Latino community, who see it as a reflection of broader issues regarding cultural representation in sports. Fuck yeah, go off. Honestly, it was a killer bee. I'm a killer bee. I can see it. I can see it. If I was a bug, I would probably be like a killer bee or a wasp or something. Probably. But less so than a spider. Less so than a spider. New fan art idea? Which one? The me as a wasp or a killer bee? What's that one song? I'm a bee, I'm a bee, I'm a bee. I have no idea who this person is, but like, hell yeah, go for it. Hell yeah. Originally supposed to sing in Spanish, was told last minute to sing in English, but sung it her way anyway. Hell yeah. I would like to be a jewel beetle so then I can die and my wings get used, or die and then my wings get used for pretty clothes and jewelry. Oh no, Faye. Sauropod Studios, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You know who Callistria is? No. I am terrible at like celebrity names. Wait, is this in Pathfinder? Is this in Pathfinder? The goddess of lust, revenge, and trickery? I can see the relation. Marimba instead of marimba. Marimba. I'm trying to see if anybody's... Yeah, I'm trying to see if any of the posts here are just people like bagging on her, but it doesn't really seem like it. Okay. The Dodgers did not comment. Yeah, because they know if they comment, it's not going to look good. No, I dig it. I really do. Especially considering how much of like the US population and how many of the states that are now part of the United States used to be part of Mexico. Frankly, I would not feel bad if Mexico got the land that's like now Texas given back to them. Because they used to own it. They used to own it. Texas doesn't have parts of its history called Six Flags Over Texas for no reason. Although I think technically two of those flags are technically both Mexico, I think. I think two of those flags are Mexico. I think one is Spanish Mexico and then the other one is independent Mexico. That would be taken well. Correct. They're in a lose-lose situation. And it seems like she also like pitched the idea, or like the idea was to do it from the start. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay. I found a person who is upset about it, and they're comparing what it looks like a bunch of elementary school students at a NASCAR event singing the national anthem and claiming that singing the US national anthem in Spanish is disrespectful. Guys, I'd hate to tell you, the US does not have any fucking official language. The US doesn't. I hope y'all know that, right? Y'all do know that. I'm sure my community knows it. I just want to make sure. Rob Zombie, hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Could say the French ownership went in through Canada. Yes. Have to go. It's need for later some pizza for me and a friend. Bye. Have a good time, Super. If you want to lurk, that'd be always greatly appreciated. Enjoy your look too, Archer. US dash English? Or us dash English? English. I don't understand what they're saying, therefore it's bad. Americans are the only people on the planet that could learn only a single language their entire life and still be proud of it. And still be proud of it. So, you know. Wait, what song is this? Oh, this is gonna hurt. Okay. I shall only speak in Pig Latin as it is my right as an American. Technically, if you wanted to, sure. I don't think Pig Latin probably would not be exceptionally useful in terms of like languages to pick, as opposed to like Spanish, Mandarin, Italian. There's not exactly a Pig Latin community that isn't like a bunch of nerds from high school that took it as a language elective. I do actually have some family members that took it as like a language elective, and I was like, why do they have that as a course? Granted, like the very next year, that same cousin took like Mandarin for 3 years, and she's still quite fluent. Quite fluent. Dracula, yeah, it's a song I play. That's usually one of the few Rob Zombie songs that I play here. Are fairy tales? Could you really expect more from an American exceptionalism crowd? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I don't know. I always think it's very beautiful whenever I hear like iconically American songs sung in like other languages that are like technically crucial to the history of America. I think there was something similar like this that happened. Maybe it was a football game or something, or maybe it was the Super Bowl, where like the national anthem or something was sung in a different language. And I remember the exact same kind of fucking like outcry. But every time I always think it's really nice. I really enjoy it. We annoyed my baby sister with Pig Latin. Good. Good. All right. We're also about to have our ad break. Oh, wait, no, I need to refill my water. It's basically bone dry over here. So I'm going to give you words on stream, and I'm going to go let Coco out. I think for the Star Spangled Banner, native Klingon. What the fuck? I prefer languages that were like not science fiction created languages, if that makes sense. All right, there's words on stream. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and click start. And then the ads are going to start any second. They're a little delayed. Twitch is doing its usual thing where it sits on like, what is it called? On the ad starting soon. For fucking ever. But I'm still going to scatter. I'm going to go refill my water and let Coco outside. So we'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Don't burn anything down. We'll turn up the music for y'all, too. Cinderin? What is the fuck is that? All right, what happened? What happened? Who died? Are y'all still having fights? Wait, y'all did perfect level 1? Who are you? Who are you? Let me turn the music down. I didn't forget it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. All right. Also, wait, did y'all just say Klingon and Elvish is an official language? It's in the case that it is a speakable and readable language, correct. In that it's the official language of somewhere? No. No, it is not. Let me see. So much for my Shakespeare instant. Wait, what is that? I still don't know what that is. Sindarin language. What is this from? Oh, okay. This is the elf language from Lord of the Rings. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I knew he made he made an entire language for it. Insanity. Insanity. I did actually, I think I had a friend in, no, I don't think, I know I had a friend. I had a friend in high school who got really into, what was it? He got into both Sindarin and the Time Lord's language, from Doctor Who. Yeah, Doctor Who. And he started like writing shit out to us in those languages. And then would tell us that we'd have to go translate it if we wanted to read it. Really into the cookie jar? Cookie jar? Wait, which one? The thing's moving? My like, what was it? This? Like my stuff moving and going around? Yeah. I did all of these myself. They're really neat. I like them. I like them. But hold on, what is this? Okay. It's so clean. Hell yeah, it is, baby. Hell yeah, it is. Things do go round. Things do go round. Things do, in fact, go round on occasion. They have been known to. They have been known to. But also, hi, Ed. Ed, why are you in the ceiling? Why aren't you in your chair? Why are you in the ceiling? We talked about this. We talked about this, bucko. Mirrors go round. I have heard. Possibly. The fuck is this? Good lord. I was wondering why people were making these fucking jokes of people having these massive fucking cigars. And apparently the origin is actually some kid that has a pickle in his mouth. Is that really what all this is? People have just been redrawing this one kid who has a pickle in his mouth and turning it into a massive fucking cigar. Is that fucking Solid Snake? No, that's Big Boss. Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh my god. Do you go round? Do I go round? I don't have a spin emote, so I don't know if I can truly go round. I sadly do not have spin. Maybe at some point we'll get a spin. We'll probably get a spin at some point. I think we'll probably get a spin after partner when we get more slots. I had considered one of those like computer chair spins because like it's actually really smooth, shockingly smooth even. I know I have it saved somewhere. I think it's on VGen. I think I have it saved on VGen. I just had the funniest semi-scary image in my head of your head just randomly spinning. Whee! Write that down, write that down. Drool, you're gonna have to draw this. You're gonna have to draw a 360 of my head. Congratulations, dork. Listen, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh my, what is up with all the memes too of the goat monster from Night Rain? What is it, Libra? I think it's Libra. Something like that. Wait a second. What the fuck? I do not know. I just scrolled down and now all I'm seeing is some anime girl dressed as like, I can't tell if she's supposed to be a nurse or a maid. And she's dancing inside of what looks like a mental asylum office from like some game. There's also a bloody handprint on the wall, but I don't understand what is happening. Who is Nimi Nightmare? Baku nurse? Baku. Huh? Huh? Who? What? I'm confused. Spin the go-round for partner? Listen, if you spin the merry-go-round enough, maybe we'll end up a partner. Maybe. And or I just get really dizzy and throw up. Oh, that's the bell-bearing. Whomst? Is my name Mimi Nightmare? I have no idea who she is. It's reposted by somebody. And it was on my feed for some reason. I was like, why is there an anime girl dancing in what looks like a definitely abandoned, like, doctor's office? Chris Perkins, Jeremy Crawford. Why do I recognize those names? Chris Perkins, Jeremy Crawford. Dork, they're 5e D&D. Fuck. Well, apparently they have joined Darrington Press. So great. Now there's guys that fucking made 5e D&D that are now working for Darrington Press. Listen, as long as they don't fuck over Candela Obscura, I'm fine with it. I guess. I gotta say though, I am not a fan of their D&D replacement game thus far. Oh, never mind. That's porn. That's prawn. Clicks the thing. Huh. This is a really cool art piece. Clicks next so I can see the next page. Oh, that's porn. That's porn. Whoops the daisies. All right. I'm not seeing anything new. So. Hi, Rama. How are you doing? Only prawns? Yeah, only prawns. Candleless Obscure even good? Like, doesn't it? Yeah, it's pretty much Call of Cthulhu. It's like Victorian Call of Cthulhu. I don't remember the exact age that like Candle Obscura. Doing great. How about you? I'm doing pretty decent. I had a good weekend. So I played a lot of TTRPGs. Did an interview thing. I had a good time. This is why the guests aren't in the office for showtimes. Correct. I can't risk letting y'all in here. Also, hold on a second. I need water. Unfortunately, Rama, I was telling Chad about this earlier, and I said it to Momo's stream. During our like our opening, I got curious, so I went and checked the analytics to see if we, like, since I'd made the post, that we only need like a couple more streams at 75 plus. And since I made those posts, and I double checked like the analytics for streams, ignoring the like really shitty stream we had that was only like 40 minutes last Thursday because Twitch absolutely shit the bed fucking 30 minutes into stream. We've had a grand total of 0. We've had 0 75 plus streams. Scurries into the office, sets off firework, and teleports away. Where did you get a firework? Maird's lovely streamer passed it on. You fucking dorks. With the Darrington Press games so far, as they've been, each product they've put out has been, hey, do you like this RPG? Cool. We've made a watered down gameplay version of it. I feel like their goal is to try and make very approachable RPGs, but the more you water down RPGs, the more depth you lose. Correct. That's White Wolf Publishing is back, and they have confirmed that they plan on making other 5e versions of World of Darkness games, including specifically the next one that they're working on is going to be Mage the Ascension. And I am terrified to see what they do. I'm excited. I'm excited because I've been loving Mage so much. I'm fucking terrified to my core to see how they are going to butcher my baby. It's like one of those things where you see what they did to the other, like, looks at the kids. Oh my god. Oh my god. Those aren't the clothes I sent you to school in. Where's your backpack? And then it's like, and now you're like, okay, I'm about to send my fourth kid to this school. How bad could it be? How bad could it be? I have magic. I can create fireworks. I need to start putting Ordain proofing doors in places. This is getting nuts. This is getting insane. But Lee, no. No, Neko, no, you can't do this. A little bit of streamlining, but they haven't proven good at it. True. Oh, also oh my god, hectic. I told you that character idea I had, right, of like the Miram Wuxia / like immortal type character. And I got curious and I decided to go read. I'm currently like only barely into reading like what Do does. Or I think it's technically supposed to be Dao, but they just didn't put the A in it because they didn't want to make it Dao. Because they even say it's the way, which is Dao. But it's Do in Mage the Ascension. I went and read that section, and I've been reading some of the martial arts. And when you have martial arts dots, combat is very different. It's so weird how much combat changes. Like, one of the first things that you can get, if you have even just one dot in martial arts in Mage the Ascension, you can go from dealing bashing damage to lethal. And then if you spend quintessence, you can deal aggravated. It's time to punch aggravated damage. They're eating her, and then they're gonna eat me. Oh my god. Yeah. Level 1 martial arts. You get like one martial art per dot that you have in martial arts. And level 1 martial arts. Immediately Anna has martial arts. Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. She didn't take Do, right? Usually Do can't be learned except by the Akashics, but I know you're very loosey-goosey DM thus far, so I wasn't sure if she like figured out how to give herself Do. The Do stuff is even crazier. That's when you slip magic into the martial arts. She's Akashic? Oh, I thought she was Thanatoy. Or does she have the dual tradition perk, the merit? Did she take the dual tradition merit? Or like, what is it? There's dual tradition and there's like mixed practice, I think. Something like that. Hi, Momo. What can I do for you? Are you okay? Do you need something? Do we have a problem? What's the deal? What's the problem? Oh, goodness. Sorry for that. If y'all heard that belch, that was like one of those ones that kind of sneaks its way out. A parent's delusion their child will learn something at the same school. Wait, what do you mean? A Thanasoid, but they're like treading the line since they were brought up by... Oh, God. Oh, yeah, her dad, right? Her dad is basically Ryu? I'd allow them to learn it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Do was pretty cool. I'm only like... I actually still have it open. Let me see. I'm in the martial arts section of the How Do You Do That book. And I was reading some of them. Do is a little confusing though, mainly because it also has like something it calls the 8 arms. And it sounds like you gotta put dots into the 8 arms, which I don't exactly understand why. I made a doodle of her parents' aunt / uncle in the 90s. Her dad's just Ryu. Does he have the headband and everything? Please tell me he has the headband. Fate mixes arcane / fighting. Fate. Fate as in like Fate Grand Order, Fate Zero, or a different Fate. Is that another TTRPG? I could just be misremembering. Let me... Oh, I don't have my other browser page open. Oakley dokley. Let's do... Fate... Yeah, I was going to say role-playing system. Here it is. Evil Hat Productions. Okay, I have seen these. I'm pretty sure I've actually seen a hard copy of this at a game shop I went to once. It didn't really pique my interest, unfortunately. I always have one of those things where whenever it's like role-playing systems, and it's like, yeah, you can use this system to make all kinds of games, I lose interest because I would like a more specified system as opposed to one that's too broad. What's another example of a popular role-playing system book? Role-playing system core book. Let's do images and see if I recognize any. Not the PIP system. GURPS. Yeah, GURPS is another one. I'm thinking anime. Check your DMs. Okay, gotcha. Oh my god, why do I suddenly have so many DMs? Amazing. Okay, yeah, that is Greek Ryu. That is Greek Ryu as fuck, dude. There's just some Japanese guy at one point. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Mama, what the fuck did you send me? The all-new game show, Bill Clinton or Konotomo. Quote number 1, I haven't slept with a married woman this year. Christ, dude. Oh my god, I think it's worse that I think it's Kono, but honestly, I don't know. I'm back with the anti-steak propaganda. Oh my god, Ren, my fellow anti-steak propagandist. Tastes just the same as the $7 stuff I buy and cook in my air fryer. I'm never falling for big steak propaganda machine again. Amazing. Amazing. Steaks are a scam chat hero system. It's very math heavy. I like the Mutants and Mastermind system. It's very math heavy, but only for character creation. Because the rest of the time, it's just like, roll one, roll the other, compare, and then you're like, did it hit? No. Or he like soaked all of the damage, which is actually kind of a fun system. It's a very interesting system where like there's dodge and then there's armor and then there's usually a character will only be able to compare one thing depending on what kind of attack you do. But it is very interesting to be like, yeah, there has been 6 rounds of combat and nobody has taken any damage thus far because nobody has landed a decisive enough hit. What do you mean? Are my steaks not going to kill the vampires? No, they're going to put them to sleep. What about character advancement? When it comes to, what is it? Do you mean like my preferred system of character advancement? Usually when it comes to like levels, in the case of like D&D levels or Pathfinder levels, where you can just be like, yeah, this character's a level 7 wizard. My brain is always like, that's so boring, dude. That's so boring, dude. Just have general stats that you can like advance and progress through over time. You don't need to have one of those like level 1, level 2, level 3. That's just simplistic idiocy. I'd much rather be able to like buy skills and perks and passives than just be like, level up once. Okay. Does my health go up? I get 2 extra health points because I'm playing a spellcaster. With NM is the thing, assume you've read / played all the versions so you don't need to explain terminology. No, the core book's usually pretty good at explaining terminology. It's though usually, I was reading the core book for Mutants and Masterminds, and it tends to be pretty decent in terms of like directing you where you need to go. But again, it doesn't make the assumption that you've read the other books. It makes the assumption that you've read comic books in your life or you've seen superheroes. That's the assumption it makes. It assumes that every one of its players that decides to pick up its core book knows what a comic book superhero is and can be like, yeah, I know at least Superman and like maybe Green Lantern. But yeah, I can understand sometimes if it feels like it's like, wait, I don't know what this term means. Wait, what is Like, there's powers here, but what are quirks? What are quirks? My biggest issue with it, I read that. Look in the core book for MM3, and they didn't bother to give examples of how to make some of the things. Is MM advancement not mathy? Not necessarily. Advancement in Mutants and Masterminds is basically the same from character creation. You just get additional character points. So when you make a character in Mutants and Masterminds, we're just going to assume you're doing, what is it? Champion level 8. And you usually get 15 character points per champion level. So you start with 120. You start with 120 character points. Those can go into stats. Those can go into skills. Those can go into superpowers. They can go into fucking anything. Who doesn't know Batman? I am the ninth. I just went with Superman because he's he's super powered. You already know how to make the grouped rules, so no examples anywhere. I haven't had that problem. I think it's because I've also been like looking at a website that's like not quite a primer, but like a database of like the basic core book and the player guide. So it does do a pretty decent example of like aggregating stuff. Also, Cosmic Crustacean, thank you for the follow. That is a kick-ass name. What kind of crustacean are you? This is important. This is very important. You have my attention. You have my attention, Cece. What are you? Are you a crab? Are you a lobster? Are you one of those weird tiny shrimps that have like tiny little pincers and look really cute and then dash away with their tail? We doing anything? What do you mean, Ortain? What do you mean? I'm yapping. I'm nerding out. Sounds like Kono for sure. Oh yeah, yep. Crab people, crab people. I simply used the core book in my GM, even complained about how bad they were in the examples. That makes sense. I could understand that. A lot of games are like that. Like, I tried to do I wanted to do a campaign of Geist the Sin Eater, and the core book that I had was fucking useless. It was such a pain just to do character creation that I never ended up running the campaign, and I still feel bad about it to this day. I still feel bad about it. But running Mage is making me want to play something a little more rules light, like an Apocalypse World system. Do you not consider Mage rules light? Or at least the way we're playing Mage? I think we're playing very rules light Mage. Crab people taste like chicken. What is it? Wait, was that taste like chicken? I thought it was walk like crab, talk like people. Taste like chicken. Where does the taste like chicken part come from? God, I was talking with a friend last night, and I started reminiscing on, I think Faye's still here, on the crab pot idea of like buying crab pots and then renting a boat to go drop them, and then probably like pick them up like weeks later or something. And I was like, oh my God, we're gonna have so much crab. We're gonna have so much fucking crab, dude. I'm hoping we can get a lot of crab. Date Everything is out tomorrow? What is that? What is that, Marcus? I have no idea what that is. Baron's giving the crab pots. Ah, what do you mean? Why are you concerned about getting crab pots? I'm only catching crabs. I'm only catching crabs. What the heck? I have 2 systems. I need to finish reading so I can try the Monty Python The what? And the public access TV TTRPG, not the actual name, but I don't remember what they are. That sounds hilarious. What do you mean? What do you mean there's a public access TV TTRPG? Time to eat the crab, people. I like that you put the, what is that called? Is that the umlaut? Or 2 dots above an A called an umlaut? I could be misremembering. I'm probably wrong. Where are the Germans? Where are our Germans? I've only seen that once by one streamer. Wait, what? Is the dating sim where you date? Oh, yes. Where you date the furniture. That's right. I did see some people posting about that. Playing rules light for Mage, but this still requires me to like ponder metaphysical mysteries and compare charts of reality, breaking to player ideas. True. It's one of those things though, like there's so much to Mage that you can learn. It's figuring out those ones that like are irrelevant or that you don't need until it's technically brought up. Like we don't need the fucking web. Like the web, disregard completely. Unless you're using it for the technocrats in our game, but that's something that you don't ever have to be probably concerned with bringing up to the players generally. The dots are an umlaut? Yes, yes. Nice. Nice. Now, there's usually more Germans here, Atlas. You'd actually be surprised how many Germans we have. Super was German. Super already left for the day, though. I don't think Curb is here. I don't think Kerbelos is here today. We don't need the web or the gauntlet or to go the Ember Realms or Horizon constructs. Correct. And like 90% of the technocrat stuff can technically be ignored at a general scale, in a general ruling. The only thing you would need is just like the NPC, probably, what are they called? They're not constructs. What are groups of technocrats called again? They're like amalgams or something. They have a weird name. But yeah, that's the thing with Mage, is figuring out which... Also, did Cosmic Crustacean ever answer? I want to know if they're a crab. This is important, Cosmic Crustacean. And how many Dutch are there? I don't really know. I know there's you for sure. I could go check. I could go see if we have more than one. Let me see. I don't think it's going to be Discovery. Right? I'm pretty sure. Oh no, these are only in percentages. Let me see. It looks like we go United States 64%, United Kingdom 6%, Canada 6%, Germany 3%, Netherlands 2%, Sweden 2%, Finland 1%, Brazil 1%, and then the rest are just all down 1%. But the fact that there was 36% non-Americans, I'm actually quite proud of. I am very proud of that. I am very happy with that, because there was a time when like more than 90% of my at least 90% of my viewing was just American. And I think that was when I was streaming late at night, though. That was when I would like come home from work and stream. Okay, hold on. Where's the next song? Oh, it's Nightmare. That's why. That's why I couldn't hear it. Finally, the game for pansexuals found my copy. Weird Heroes of Public Access, the role-playing game. All right, can I make a bootleg Mr. Rogers? Is that allowed? Can I make a bootleg Mr. Rogers in that game? And now the carnival's been invaded by everyone else? What do you mean invaded? Just because I'm American, I don't think that people coming in from other countries is an invasion, dude. Not commentary. Not commentary. Hi, Simon. How are you doing? Simon, do you ever stop spinning? Out of curiosity, do you ever stop spinning? You always seem to be spinning when you come in here. So I just kind of imagine you like as you walk, you also spin. So it's kind of like this weird little like dancey spin. Also, I do not know why, but Maya, I think is her name, has so many cute fucking emotes, dude. They're so cute. What the fuck? I'm upset. I get cute aggression when I see her emotes. Ordain, get the Stabbies emote. Spooky Coop. Spooky Coop is in like a chicken coop? It's not spelled like that. It's spelled with a K. All right, thank you. Thank you, Ordain. Excellent. Fantastic. Such a cute fucking emote too. All right, chat. Do we want to get to Alone in the Dark? Do we want to get to Alone in the Dark today? Is that the plan? Is this what we want to do? Wait, what is that dance? What the fuck is that dance? Very interesting. Very interesting. Yes, I always spin. Excellent. Excellent. Matthew Biggles. It's Master Biggles. I love that cat. I love that cat. Because We Alone in the Dark isn't their last... Oh. Sunstar? Sunstar, what is it? What is the last stream activity? I think I know what it is, and I want to see if I can get away with not having to do it. Fuck. Fuck. Damn it, they remembered. She remembered, chat. Sunstar remembered. All right. I owe y'all a minute and a half plank from last week. We were originally going to do it Thursday. Unfortunately, whenever all of Twitch fucking decided to shit the bed. And some, oh, wait, do I owe squats? How many squats do I owe? Is it just 20? Is it just 20? Also, sorry, I just saw the weekly passes and it says 47 out of 50, but then I remembered it's Monday and that fucking thing is broken. So that's not what all came in today. That's fucking last week too. All right, so it's 20. Okay. Good nodders emote. Good nodders emote. All right. So I need to do a minute and a half, which means y'all are going to get Actually, should I give y'all words on stream while we do this? Chat, do you want words on stream while I do this minute and a half plank? Should I do that? Is that what we need? Do I also need to do the goofy thing? Nodders? That is a lot of nodders, my dude. All right. All right. We'll give you the words on stream. Well, I do the minute and a half plank. And then, all right. Get that started, bring this back up. And just for goofy shit, I'm gonna go horizontal. Let's do this. Here we go. All right. All right. I'll be down here if you need me, chat. Okie dokie. Timer started. All right. Chat, you aren't going to do anything up there when I can't see you, right? Right? All right, 30 seconds down. All right, 1 minute down. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, what happened? What'd I miss? Oh, I gotta do the 20 squats. Ow, shit. All right, hold on. Hold your horses. Ugh. Okay, we're good. All right, I still gotta do the 20 squats, so give me a second. And I need to move the chair because I just pushed it into something behind me. Yeah. Okay. All right, do y'all want to do another round? Actually, no, it's not going to take that long. So we'll go back to the big chatting screen. Wait, where is it? There it is. Okay, we're good. Ordain, why are you biting people? Also, hey, merch. I like my merch. I have my own hoodie. All right. All right, did I miss anything? Did y'all do anything? Are you all up to no good? I have 16 subs, Marin. Of course I have a lot of nodders. What the fuck? Okay, I was just double checking. All right. Why do my arms hurt? All right, let's do these squats. I'm just biting people. Oh my God, you should not just be biting people randomly. All right. Hi, Gellig. Enjoy your comfy emote. All right. Today was leg day, so this is also kind of sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. All right, get back over here, chair. Whew. All right, chat. Are we ready to swap to the game? I hope not everybody leaves when we swap to the game. The thing is, though, is I think we're also on the Pride shelf today. I don't know for sure. We can actually go check, though. Let's go get nosy for a second, chat. Let's go see if we're on the Pride shelf today. Where? Oh, there it is. There she be. I was trying to see if I recognized anybody on here. Okay. Wow, there are so many people live right now. There was one point I saw that when the shelf was on, there was like, oh, okay, that's a drag queen getting ready live on stream. Okay, that makes sense. I was confused by the thumbnail for one of these. I was like, what the? Oh, there I am. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Marin is priding. Marin is priding. Yeah. We've been on the front page probably on and off, if not every stream. Because I got invited to the Together for Pride shelf that's in the front page. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. All right, Remio, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? We're about to swap over to Alone in the Dark in just a moment. I need to get the game up, though. Chat, I swear to God, I do not know why I keep coming back to this game. I said we probably were not going to play more of this game after the first fucking stream of it. And somehow, here we fucking are at what? This is this part 4? Is this our 4th stream of this game? Right? I don't look at the horrors of the algorithm. I don't want to most of the time.
Me. You're probably wondering
Ghost.
how I ended up in this situation.
Ghost, you should know by this point. You should know by this point that it doesn't work on this page. Where is it? Is this a Nickelback cover of Devil Went Down to Georgia? Here to make it. Oh my God. Okay. It's your soul to tell you I'm better than you. Hold on. The best ever been. Okay, I want to hear the part. Oh, okay, I want to know if he rosined up his bow, because now they're saying it's a guitar for this one. Hold on, I want to listen to this now. We're just going to enjoy this, chat. I'm finding it. Oh, this is also Dave Martone, not Dave Fingantone, Dave Martone. Start this show. Flip from his fingertips as he turned his axe down low. Randy Gibbons all joined in and it sounded something like this. Oh, I love this song. I love the original of this song. And it's so weird finding out all these Nickelback covers exist. It did kind of have the start of like the fiddle part for a second. But I think this leads really well to the rock version of this. Okay. Hi, Grins. How are you doing? Pretty good, old son. Wow. It's also weird to listen to this now because I also saw a video earlier of some metal concert in Germany where the guitarist broke out a fucking violin bow and used it on his electric guitar to get a certain sound, and it was so cool. Oh man, I apparently need to go look and see how many different covers fucking Nickelback has done. Dude. We rockin' Grins, we rockin' before we jump into Alone in the Dark. I'm gonna go ahead and change the game category while we're listening to this. You want, you son of a bitch, I'm the best ever been. What the fuck is that, Ordain? Oh, it's the butt shake. Of course it's the butt shake. Chat, have I played the Nickelback cover of Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting for y'all? Have I played it at full volume? Have y'all heard that? Have y'all heard Nickelback's Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting? I want to play that for y'all because I want y'all to hear it. All right. I stumbled across this. Oh. Is that a spit emote? Ordain. What makes Saturday night a good time for fighting? Do you not know about Saturday? Do you not know Saturday is the day of sin? Did you not know Saturday is the day of sin? But yeah, this is actually on my playlist. This song is in my playlist and I listen to it pretty close to every day at the gym. Every day I go to the gym. Do you not sin every day? Yeah, but I don't go fighting every day. Saturday night is for the sin of violence. Oh, I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I don't have an active tongue tracking, so I can't do my tongue flick that I could with other models. I just woke up. I didn't even stay up late. Aw, shit, Thadric. Thadric, you're German, aren't you? I forget. You're another one of the German viewers, right? In the bottom of a glass. All right. All right, that's enough. If it's none of your aggravation, we had it with your discipline. All right, chat. Chat. Just game time. Are you ready? I'm gonna turn this up in the, if I remember correctly, the menu sound in this game is far louder. Was it this game? I think it was this game that the menu music is technically louder than the game itself. Have some thighs? Thighs. All right. Let's do this. I'm gonna try and keep an eye on the audio. Oh. That was shockingly jarring. Okay. Also, hold on. Let me see if I can change a thing really quick. Options. Controls. Can I turn you down just a little bit? And is there any smoothing? Irrelevant, but I'm still gonna do it. No, there's no, it doesn't look like there's any camera smoothing. Okay. Wait, okay, that did actually seem to change it. Okay. Hi. So, is this after we got everything else? There's a nice hat in there. I want that hat. Give me that fucking hat. I want that hat. I raise you thighs and booties? That's raised booties. That do be raised booty. It doesn't help that Vezonia is the one that designed a lot of raised stuff, and Vez likes drawing butts. Vez is really good at drawing butts. Now, I think this is before the Beatles, so when we get up here, there's going to be Beatles, isn't there? Where is it? There they are. Yeah, those are definitely Beatles.
We need to get down there somehow.
Didn't I already pick up a rope? Ooh. I'm having flashbacks to House of Ashes. Here. Ah, there we go. The obelisk, of course. I'm sure this... Ooh, shadows.
Okay, you can do this, Emily.
I'm sure this will be fine. I still can't get over this fucking cow skull here. I mean, is it a cow or is it something like an auroch? I don't know. I feel like this is just something that didn't need to be here in an Egyptian desert. Which reminds me, I'm looking around to see if I can see like anything in the distance. I think that's just another large dune. All right. All right, chat. Time to go into whatever fresh hell this is. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, wait, that's the constellation from earlier. And the Dark Man. Oh my god, the goofy, like, sheet of spiders. Use the old temple mechanism to reveal the contract.
It's the constellation Taurus. The big star is Aldebaran. It's something to do with the Dark Man.
Something up there. Okay, hold on. I feel like they would hide an item somewhere in here. Oh, there it is. A canoptic jar. I was gonna say, because I remember this being relevant for one of these. A lever of some kind. Oh, nothing. Follow the lever! Oh! Gotcha, bitch. Okay, and not a bullet wasted. Lasers. So... I see. Okay, so we're missing something. We're missing a disc of some kind. Something that's reflecting it, it
I've
seems.
seen this in a dream, but it's a shallow pit of darkness. This is definitely where the contract is hidden, but how do I get to it?
Weirdly enough, it looks like black light or something. Also, there's a brick here. What is the second box? We've opened. Ah. Okay, so I think we can go this way. Ooh, okay. Boat model win. We're doing a summer outfit in the future. I don't know about someday getting a boat model. It'd probably end up being like one of those like really scrungly ones, if you know what I mean. That's blood. I don't like that. I bet this pillar is gonna fall as soon as I go underneath it. And... no. Nothing. Lens carrier.
There's something missing.
Oh, does somebody redeem the heart rate monitor? Ah, ghosted. Okay, hold on. Hold on. On it. On it. The eyes are shooting lasers. All right, hold on. On one. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'm on it, Ghost. I'm on it, I promise. Even older man yesterday, I took my daughter out for mini golf and ice cream. I beat her at mini golf. She beat me at ice cream. How did she beat you at ice cream? Are you lactose intolerant? Is that what it is? Did she survive the ice cream and you didn't? All right. I'm sorry for yelling. I forgive my profanity. On it, on it, on it. All right. Pulsoid. Oh, it didn't find it. Okay. Oh, goodness. Okay, hold on. Also, I just realized there's also a symbol on the back of the head of this statue. Okay, let me see. Okay, it's connecting. Connected. Zero beats per minute. Okay, I'm dead. So same as usual. Come on, connect completely. Nothing new, correct. Come on. Oh, there it is. There's no way it's that high. I apologize for my profanity. All right, what I'm gonna do though is I'm actually gonna move it a little bit. Heart rate monitor. Put you right about there. Okay. I'm gonna make that a little bit bigger. There we go. Is that good? Everything all right? 0, just like the number of hairs in my head. Oh, good lord. I appear to bite people, Merritt included. You should not be biting strangers. Okay. So. Oh. A lever. I see.
I think this one moves.
Oh, and then it just turns off. Okay. It doesn't look like I can take the lens back, so I'm guessing there's unique lenses for unique statues. Holy shit! Aspera, I'm sorry, I missed the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Bug raid infestation. Better not be in this tomb. We've already seen spiders and weird giant scarabs. But welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans were you up to? Looks like you were just chatting. What were you just chatting about? Hi. Oh, I'm a spider? Oh, I mean, yeah. Well, they, for some reason, they were tarantulas. For some reason, this tomb had tarantulas in it. But welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mara. I'm the Wrigley the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to get into. Today, we are playing Alone in the Dark, the 2024 remake. We are technically supposed to be in the bayou of Louisiana outside New Orleans, but for some reason, we're currently in Egypt. Okay, then. I just heard one of those beetles. Oh, hi! So fucking good at this game, dude. Alright, real quick. I think we need to turn this. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh. I did not think that I was going to be able to do anything like that. There was something else I was going to say. Oh, I remember. We are currently making a push for partner. Every little bit always helps. You see, I'm trying to get the laser there. It worked. Now, if you excuse me. Oh, I can't burn the rest of these. Darn it. All right, we're going to come back and put you. Oh. Is that ammo? Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, they gave me ammo. Incredible. Oh, wait, there's more stuff this way. I'm snooping. Now I'm snooping. Hello. Oh, you're joking. Wait, what the fuck? Why is there an invisible structure right here? What? Hi, whatever you are. Ooh. Ah, perfect. All right. I'm giving the pickaxe. Okay. I did the raid run. That is totally all right. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream, though. Just the ancient Egyptian handgun ammo stash, you know, as you do. Oh. Okay, I'm guessing this is going to be something that we can, like, direct once all of the lasers are pointed at him. I'm really only kind of assuming.
Yeah.
Okay, please don't be a horrific monstrosity on the other side. I'm fine with dealing with the beetles. I'm not up for one of the random fungus dudes. Okay, this just seemed to be like an alternative path to get to the other side. Okay. Didn't I open this door? Please tell me it's still open. Okay, it is. Before we go down there, really quick. Because we did not check out this side here. I'm pretty sure there's a statue up here. I swear, we keep opening these boxes and there's never anything in them. Oh, that's a star, but we don't have that lens either. It's a brick. I kind of want to burn these tapestries away just to see what happens when I do. But it doesn't seem like there's anything else, so I think I have to go back this way. But how are you doing, Raiders? Did y'all have a good time with the spare? Did you get in? Hello? Oh, bugs? 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 Nope, nothing. Snake. Can I? Oh. Fantastic. Y'all hear that? It sounded like breathing and then squawking. That's another pickaxe. That's my own bad. Again, I open the cat box and there's fucking nothing in it! Hello? Oh, star room. Okay. Schmack. There's the spiders. Stop making noises at me. Cease and desist. Hello. Call for Desmond Measures. Time to dink donk. Oh, the ad break. Yep, the ad break. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was enraptured. I don't know how it's happened. I keep saying I'm not going to play this game, but I think this game has me by the fucking tits. Just a whole full hand. I'm sorry, Ordain. I'm sorry I missed all your dink donks. Ads! Dink donk! Ads! And then y'all don't play the game. Wait. The word is not cunt, Marin. You're not allowed to put that. Gets Marin, but all the ding donks don't get Marin. Lettuce? No, lettuce has 2 T's. Lettuce has 2 T's. Listen, I'm trying my best, okay? Sometimes the games get me. Sometimes I'm not gonna bother turning on the music. I'm not gonna turn on the music for this one. Words are hard. I mean, yeah, when you speak other languages. Good Lord. All right. Oakley dokley. Scent. Oh, nobody got the biggest word. I wonder what the biggest word was. I couldn't figure it out. My brain was just fucking pudding. It's Monday. My brain's allowed to be pudding. All right. Game from 2008. Have you? No, I have not. I have not. I've not played any Alone in the Dark games. All right. Let's get back to this. Because now we're in the secret room. Is that oil? Oh, it's already in place. Okay. Now what I'm thinking with this is all I have to do is like point it at this. I keep hitting escape to... Why did it sound like there was a noise behind me? There's a lot of other stuff in there. Do you think we should, you know, maybe take some of it? You'll see the planks blink. Fuck is that? Fuck is that? I don't trust corners in this game because this game a lot of the times has been hiding monsters like literally around the corner. Okay, so the star one I know for sure is the center one over here. Right here. Oh, hi. Oh, bad touch. Honestly, I probably do not need to, what is it? Okay. I think it's this door that I need to turn on.
It worked.
Okay. Alright, so we can just go back down this way because we opened the door earlier. Well, that shit's mine! Okay, hold on real quick. What is the symbol we're looking for on this one? Oh. Kind of like an upside down boat, it looks like. Okay, so this game is really trying to get us to run after our stuff. Oh. I don't know if that hurts me. I don't want to risk it though. I fucking knew it! Fucking, you piece of shit, come here. Oh, how did that fucking hit me? Come on.
I'm out of bullets.
That's fine. That's fine. We're not out of options though, baby. Bitch. Bitch. Fucking knew it. I knew that what some of those motherfuckers were gonna be hiding in here. We're gonna go up first. Because I wonder... Okay. Adze? Cool. Burn, Banny, burn. Burn, Banny. At the Jimmy baby. Burn, baby, burn. Alright. Is that me breathing? What the fuck was that? Hello? Okay. Oh, I see you. Ammo! Oh, hell yeah, shotgun ammo, baby. I have several questions, but I'm going to leave it pointing at that for now. Okay, I'm really glad that there wasn't something else somewhere. Hold on, this part's very important. Okay, that's as far as I can turn it. Burn the tapestry. That's just... I wonder why there's so many of these, like, one weapons. And these definitely don't look like... Oh. Oh. That doesn't bode well. That doesn't bode well at all. Alright. Yeah, it looks like all the ones are off in here. So I guess both of those, for some reason, were relevant to... No. I'm still kind of listening for, like, any of those creepy fungal dudes to surprise me. Because I don't trust it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Alright. We gotta go over here. I wonder if it's each time we put a lens in, it triggers the beetle, or I can't tell if it's because I'm burning the tapestry that the beetles are coming after me. Okay. Well, they didn't react. Darn. Didn't like those sounds. Didn't like those sounds. Okay. Going up. Chat, are you doing okay? Everything all right? I'm just making sure chat's not broken again like it was last week. Because last thing I see is ordained marking. Okay. Okay, good to know. Sunstar's alive. Sunstar exists. Okay, here it is. Oh my god, the lens flare. Okay. Okay, I think we need to point it at this thing.
Get down there.
I want to go this way, because I can think of the exact way to get there if I go this way. Okay, I ain't risking shit, so we're bringing the heat. Shut up! Oh, you're fucking joking, dude. Fucking knew it, dude. Fucking knew it.
It's ready to collapse.
Just because somebody revealed... Oh, hi! The pillar did fall. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Wait, did it stop? No, that... Wheel of Punishment! Oh? Oh, is it a dagger? It looks like some kind of sacrificial dagger with a weird twisty scabbard. Alright, after the cutscene, we will pause it and we'll do the Wheel of Punishment. I will get you your Wheel of Punishment. And think of self-care, Momo.
Break through the barriers of self-deceit, temper manic behavior. Is this it? Is this the contract?
The contract is a diagnosis. or a system of treatment. Hey, I still got plenty of bullets. What the hell? Ooh. Okay, that looked terrible. That looks so goofy, dude. Chapter 4. Reminds me of the call very specific rancher I did cattle drives for. Had it so funny every time.
Jeremy.
Whoops.
How much pain and suffering you could have prevented.
Emily? What are you doing?
Where did you come from, dude?
Detective, how is your investigation going?
Well, I still have no clue where Jeremy is, but I think I know why he's hiding. This place is full of lunatics planning to perform some kind of ritual tonight.
Oh, that's
that
right.
sounds
We get
ridiculous.
teleported around when we play as this girl, but he
Well, that would
stays
happen
for like
someday.
primarily
It
here
gets worse.
and finds out that
I
like
have reason to
everybody's a
believe they
cultist.
killed anyone who didn't want to go along with the plan.
Detective, have you encountered any monsters tonight?
I just told you, I think they killed people. Beauregard, the author, Perosi, the singer, Mr. Waits, the clerk, Mr. Chance, the gardener, they're all missing.
No, I mean, have you fired your gun tonight?
Of course not. They wouldn't just kill outsiders like that. It would bring too much attention. But you should keep your eyes open.
So you haven't seen anything strange? Been anywhere else?
What are you trying to tell me, Emily?
When you get surprised,
You
go,
in some
whoop.
kind of danger?
Have you seen any demigorgons?
Let me
No.
drive you back to New Orleans.
Are you making
think
fun
I have
because
enough.
this is the guy that plays
Please get
the sheriff
Please take a look at this case.
No.
in Stranger
Why?
Things?
Thank you, Detective.
I'll find your uncle, Miss Harwood. Just stay out of trouble.
I still need to catch up on Stranger Things. Sai! Oh my god, hi Sai. Hi Naomi. Oh. Ooh, okay, hold on. We're gonna take a quick pause, real quick, chat, because I owe somebody. Welcome in the Raiders. A Wheel of Punishment really quick, because somebody redeemed it. So let me get you. Oh, it would help if I actually click the Wheel of Punishment. La, 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 la. Which one is this? How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Were you chatting? Oh, no, you were playing Singless. That's right. Lesbian cyborg game. Did you have a good time? Did you get into any trouble? Did you finish the game? Out of curiosity, did you finish the game? Welcome in, though, Raiders. Those of you from Sidestream who don't know me, my name is Martin, and we leave the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into today. We're currently playing Alone in the Dark 2024. I owed a Wheel of Punishment really quick, so let me see. Who redeemed it? I am me and I. Okay. I am. You can ask me any question. Any question I have to answer truthfully. No, not finished game, but we playing more tomorrow? Hell yeah. Have you played it before? Have you played Signalis before? It's a very good game. It's a very, very good game. I just wasn't sure if you've played it before. It feels like, I think we've talked about it together before for some reason. All right, so yeah. I am good to any question, no matter how embarrassing, as long as it's not doxing. Okay. The Dark Man's Contract. Ah. It's, oh, what the fuck is that? There's a code on it. Personal history removed. Diagnosis impressions removed. Treatment plan. That's the only thing that's like not redacted. Which likely means the Dark Man is the doctor here. Ooh. Medicine has failed me. Nothing can be done to dispel the Heartwood curse. Only the sacrificial dagger may release the despair from Jacob's eye. Yet doing so would be the doom of Derceto. Let this curse of mine be a weapon for once. I accept your demands, O crawling chaos. Build your prison around this forsaken hospital. When evil's been starved, I will stay buried forever. Oh, okay. Oh, I got an achievement. Time to decipher the code. It's probably gonna be relevant at some... When did that break? Okay, those are very suspicious noises. So, real quick, let's go check. We're gonna check the map. Talisman, we have a dagger. Can I view? There we go. Okay, there were snakes. Evil conquers then conquers bad furding? Okay. Oh, no, I was going to look at the map. Map. Oh, wait. I need to go back to the attic. It says we haven't completed the attic. I can't go in the attic. I can't go in the attic, apparently. Top 5 most hated grifters. Oh, that's a hard one. I don't think I could place them, but I could probably name 5 that I know that I hate. Probably first one that comes to mind is Bep Shabipo. Bep Shabipo, or aka Ben Shapiro. Trump. What's her name? Candace Owens. I can't think of her name. There's a trans one who. Blair White, I think that's her name. You know what? We're gonna look at the map again. So, sitting room, Grace's room, Cassandra's. Serenity Identities, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Woods making it then be easier? Woods? Like, people that come to my top 5 things that I would just be like, yeah, I'd fuck that. Need to run store to grab some food. Go get your food. Go get your food. Okay, let's... Wait, is this thing it's locked? Okay. I wonder if this is also going to be locked. And if it is... No, it's not. Cutscene.
If we can just get rid of Jeremy, everything will go back to normal.
That reminds
Oh, the
me.
siblings.
I saw Miss Emily earlier. You remember her? You know she's Jeremy's niece.
She's looking for him.
That's right. She's helping us in her own way.
As long as she don't stand in the way of the mother of 1,000 young.
They're in on the cult too.
I don't
Okay.
think she knows or cares about that.
Would make it 10 grifters be easier? No, it would not be easier.
I've been more worried about that Detective Carmen fella. He been snooping around asking all kinds of questions.
God, it hurts.
I wish you would stop doing that. Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
What fucking hurts? Do you have a parasite? Is one of the 1,000 young inside you? Is that what this is? Are we getting close to the end of the game? I honestly don't know. Okay, so... I was looking to see if there was any extra items that were in here, because last time we were in here was when we ran into the little girl. Grand parlor. I'm gonna see if I can open that door. It's this one, right? Oh, it's blocked on the other side. And then we can't get through that door. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Okay,
The
hold on.
orderlies, Baptiste and Lottie, were back at Derceto as well. Like
Oh.
pieces of Emily's
Sleepy
past
Cather, I think for the follow.
haunting her.
Welcome in. Cat
She
Turd,
couldn't
Mario
figure
Knopfel,
out
Benny
if they
Johnson,
were
Ian
on her
Miles, Chung,
side or
Grums.
not.
Those are, okay, yeah, I would
And
add
what
Grums to
was
the list.
Lottie
I would add Grums to the
suffering
list.
from?
For sure. Oh, Tim Pool. Tim Pool's another one. Actually, does Tim Pool count as a grifter if he's a white nationalist who, like, probably actually believes in the shit that he's saying? Why is this door locked now? Oh, because we've never made it in here. Oh, wait, no, we can't get in there. Okay, hold on. Why is it acting like... I feel like this puzzle over here where the safe is actually what's relevant to this. But I don't know how to translate. Or they have admission 193. Oh, so no, that's September 9th. Never mind. That's September 9th. I'm pretty sure that's 9-3 or /3.
I better get to work on breaking the pact with the Dark Man. It's the only way to save Jeremy. Good thing I still have the talisman. I have a feeling I'm gonna need it.
Fuck. Well, it doesn't seem like this room fixed itself after this shit spread in. I still don't know if it ever covered if this was...
What is going on?
Hello? Oh, right, this was just the bathroom. Please don't let there start being fungus people in here. Now, it was saying that I hadn't finished everything in... Oh. Ooh. Preparations for St.
We
John.
must have
Oh,
faith
boy.
that Jeremy's pact with the Dark Man
Okay,
is
so
a
there were
bluff.
new things in here.
If we are lucky, our visitors will find him and prove it's all nonsense before nightfall.
Is this the new one? Yes, it is,
It
Pan.
is true.
Yes,
our
it is.
Attempt to call on her. Too many things
Oh,
have happened for
Twitch
this
chat
evening to
disconnected.
be in vain.
It's trying to connect back.
Think of Jack and Cassandra.
Okay,
Even
it's reconnected.
Perosi, whose circumstances I can't understand.
Hmm.
Grace is a goat without horns. She knows it and will play the role. You must talk to your brother, Batiste. I worry that he will fail us. Mrs. Thompson.
I don't think we've met Mrs. Thompson, have we? I'm curious, did that actually cover... Okay, that did say it was completed. So, there's something with the water closet. Why does it say that the water closet is relevant? Oh. Death of the author. Uh-oh. Okay. I think we're gonna go into the library. If I open this door and it's like the tomb room that it was before, I'm gonna be really upset. Oh, thank God it's normal. This is new. Lunacy in the Astarte Artist
Lunacy
Colony.
and the Astarte Artist Colony, a monograph by Yael Klein. In early 1909, the old Derceto plantation outside of New Orleans was turned into an artist's
Were
colony.
artist colonies a thing?
3 famous European artists rented the house and the surrounding land from the owner, the Ledoux family.
Ledoux.
The colony
Ledoux.
was chiefly run by Sebastian Cortez, who was playfully dubbed the captain by his collaborators, William Arges and Heinrich Kassel.
Okay.
The colony existed for 6 years, until one day all 12 members disappeared without a trace. It is widely believed that their disappearance is connected
Oh,
to
goodness.
the disastrous hurricane that passed through on September 29, 1915, but nothing truly supports this claim.
But
What is known is their frequent participation in New Orleans nightlife, their love for hosting parties, and their elaborate contributions to the Mardi Gras parades as the Pirates of Pontchartrain. Accounts of their lifestyle can be found in almost every gossip column. It can effectively be summed up as carefree and bohemian.
okay, that
In
makes
late
sense.
June 1909, the name Astarte first appeared in the newspapers. Cortez said the name came to him as he was painting.
What does the
There is
starting mean
never
again?
any
Chat,
claim
does
to
anybody
knowing
know?
about
It
the
has a
ancient
meaning.
Phoenician fertility
It's not
goddess
angels,
with
is
the
it?
same name before this time. His fellow colonist Heinrich Kassel did know, because he later produced sculptures that show clear references to ancient idols of the goddess. It's impossible to know for sure how this name suddenly made an appearance, but it is interesting because of Derceto's history. Even the name Derceto is the Greek name of a Syrian fertility goddess. In the case
I like
of
the way
naming
that the voice actor
plantation,
put a little bit of
Derceto
mystery
was
on the way
certainly
she's
not an
Syrian
accident.
fertility goddess.
We know that Elijah Pickford intended to build a temple for his cult, for he had distributed pamphlets 2 years prior to the purchase of the land, advertising his intentions.
Wait,
His
you send out
followers were
pamphlets
estimated to
that
be
it's like, we're
almost
building a
100
cult on
men
this
and
land
women,
as long as they
mostly
continue to
sailors,
sell me the
Mormons,
land.
and Cajuns,
Even though I haven't
when
bought
the
it yet.
plantation was built. To outsiders, Derceto registered as
Ah,
an
yes,
ordinary slave
Cajuns.
plantation, which enabled Pickford and his flock to remain hidden for decades. The official story is that the cult lasted
does it
until
refer to
1862,
Maroons when they're
the
referring to a
Union Army
person?
came and burned down the plantation and scattered all who lived there. Following the Civil War, new people started to congregate
Okay.
in the ruins of Derceto to invent a new fertility goddess,
Invent?
the Shub Niggurath.
Invent?
As much as Derceto is a particular name to have heard of, it's not entirely uncommon among the learned. Astarte is equally known and could
I'm
have been
very
subconsciously
learned.
chosen by well-read artists. Shub Niggurath is, on the other hand, very uncommon. Almost
Okay.
impossible that anyone in Louisiana would have heard that name.
Oh,
The name is referenced
Nou,
only
sie hebben het.
in
Die
rare
Fabelboek,
books
man.
like Unausprechlichen Kulten and the Necronomicon,
Oh.
and is believed to be a bastardization of Arabic words meaning pertaining to the dark young.
yes.
paragraphs
Wait,
printed
no,
on
that
the
is not
goddess
correct.
are so
Wait a
upsetting
second.
That no one in their right mind would want
That
to
is
build a
not
religion
right. That is
resting on
made
such
of lore.
qualities. The Shub Niggurath cult was hard to get rid of, but it is believed that despite the police jailing and killing several cultists over the years, the main culprit in the cult's demise is the cult itself, which seems to line up with every instance of cult activity on Derceto's grounds. When
Okay.
Captain J.W. Norton of the Union Army arrived, he described the people at Derceto as malnourished and maniacal.
Yeah, that
As
sounds
much
like
as
somebody
the army
in
tried to save them,
1880s.
they fought back with fervor, as if nothing was going to stop them from slowly destroying themselves. While the disappearance of the Astarte Artis colony remains a mystery, the recurring motif seems to suggest that their fate involved lunacy and a hunger for self-sacrifice to that fertility goddess with 1,000 names.
Oh, I'm sure that doesn't have anything to do with this. I'm sure we're... I hate the doors, dude. I hate the doors. Y'all hear that? I heard a violin strum or cello strum. Please don't be horrifying. Please don't be horrifying. Oh, it's dark in here and moldy. Ah, there it is. So now there's just like clues littering the house. Oh. Oh, it's a playbill. Huh. Okay, hold on. Did we... It's blocked. Hmm. Somebody's in there, but I can't make out the voice. Why is it... Okay. I really don't want to go out into the garden right now. So... Fuck, maybe I have to. We also never finished doing stuff in the boiler room, apparently, which is... But you can see how, like... Look at how blocked off all of these are. It wants me to go to the garden. Okay, so I think that's the only option. I think we have to go to the garden. I think we may be past... No. The flowers need their watering? I don't know about that. I think we're gonna end up getting a cutscene if we go out there. I think. I'm just upset I didn't get to like complete seemingly like all of the rooms or all of the puzzles. We still never found the puzzle piece for like France on that one globe in the sitting room over here. Although these now, I honestly don't know why they're not completed, but it doesn't seem like there's a way for us to get there. because like everything to this floor is cut off. Except the gallery. How could we get... That's the front door. It's shut. That's blocked. I don't think we can. I think we have to go to the conservatory. I think we have to go through here. If I want to do it. Now, if I remember looking at the map right, coming down to this floor, yeah, there's something here that we're missing.
It looks haunting in this light.
Wasn't there was a whole... Oh, it is still broken. Okay. It's just really fucking dark. Oh. Wait, what is that? How did I miss that? Oh, what the fuck? Is that just the door? I'm pretty sure that's just the door. No, that is not just the door.
Mrs. Thompson, I understand the last week has been
Dr.
busy.
Gray.
Under these circumstances, I find it important
Just been
to
lurking, work
remind
is crazy,
you that
sending love,
Jessica's
enjoy work.
concerns
Well,
are not a public matter.
no, I was gonna
Nor
say
is it
enjoy
something
work.
that
Did
should upset
Momo
you.
send you the
Please
thing, Kono?
continue your
Did Momo
excellent
send you the
work,
thing?
And don't spend a thought on the death of Perosi, or, more importantly, the suicide of Cassandra Beauregard. They
Cassandra
should mean
Beauregard.
nothing to you or the staff. I rely on your loyalty, and trust that your close kinship with the Tabois siblings
Tabois?
will keep Derceto's secrets hidden. Dr. Gray.
Okay, then. Again, I'm sorry I have to keep looking at the map, but... I'm thinking maybe if I get in here, I may be able to, like, get up the ladder. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, our ladder's still there. That's good. And I'm pretty sure this is still a completed area. Nope, it's not. It's not. Hello? Secrets? Secrets? Nothing. Oh. Hold on. Do I still have a weapon? Oh my god, I do. I still have the weapon from inside the temple. What are you? Son of a bitch. Okay. Maybe we're not as close to the ending as I thought we were. God, I hope that's not blood splattered on that lattice. The ladder fell. Of course. Of course. Okay, so it looks like there's still some things we could do. That's the dining room. That bear better not move now. That bear better not move now. I'm gonna lose my fucking shit if it moves. Well, that's not good. I don't want to go into that other room just yet. We're going in here.
Mr. Waits must have had a spare key to Dr. Gray's office, but where?
But where? Probably the safe. Not gonna lie. Open the safe inside the clerk's office.
I don't know the combination. Wait, maybe I do.
No. Okay. So the way she said it makes me think I have the clue for it, which again makes me think it could be the date of admission, but I tried doing 9/3. Well, what is it then? I don't see anything on the cover. Or could it be the current time? Are there any additional clocks? Jeremy's warning. John Marcus. Okay, I'm missing something. I don't know what it could be out of all of these. I think it has to do with this. Or could it be 913? But the Egyptian hieroglyphics are still extremely curious. Love the sound of muffled thunder.
I need the key.
Yeah. Could it be 913? Let's try it. We'll try it just in case. So, 9, 1. Oh my god.
It worked.
Nice.
The
Ooh, yeah.
last guest in the empty room suffered from severe maladaptation.
Maladaptation?
I must write this down, because if I understand the condition sufficiently, it could make me deny this fact at a later date. And there is reason for me to think I may come to suffer the consequences from this dysfunction, as some who came in contact with the guest seemed to adopt a new worldview, in which everything was predetermined but broken. Upon accepting this worldview, some memories became unmanageable and later rejected.
So...
I do not know what this means. I cannot even remember the fate of the guest. I think they were simply misplaced one day and forgotten. Just
okay,
like
so
all
maybe that was the
documents
Dark Man?
pertaining to
Maybe the
this
Dark Man
case,
actually came and
they have all
occupied
been
that empty room.
destroyed,
Hi, Melsa.
Or they never existed in the first place. Who wrote
Head not
this?
sleep. Good night.
There
Praise
has
sleep
never
well.
been
Thank
a
you for hanging
guest
out.
in
I have
the empty
Chimkin.
room.
What kind of Chimkin? Fairbanks, what kind of Chimkin? Okay. So we have a key. We can get into his office. Do we do it? Yeah, we'll do it through here. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Here we are. Dr. Gray's office. Now let's see if we can find some answers.
Oh my god, I can move the thing. That's a big key, my dude. Stairwell key. Cassandra's
I
things.
have finished tidying up Miss Beauregard's
Yeah,
belongings.
Cassandra Beauregard's.
I will leave it to you to contact her agent and have them collect her things. I found one of Grace's drawings she might want back, along with this key in her room, which I believe you've been looking for, Mrs. Thompson.
We found France, baby.
Dearest
Jeremy's
Dr.
treatment.
Lanzetti, I find myself in a losing battle with my patient. As I've disclosed in my previous letter, his delusions have him completely
We found
captured.
France!
It's bad enough that he is torturing himself with paranoia, but his madness turns out to be quite persuasive to others, effectively laying the ground for mass delusion. I am writing
Oh, could
to
the
you
other
in hope
patient
that
have
you can
been
give me
another,
some
like,
guidance.
contractee of the Dark Man?
Beyond my ambition to avoid devastating surgery on my patient, I have grown worried about my own
Do you even have a
defenses.
space to do surgery,
The words of my
sir?
patient
I
are
have not seen one.
deranged, yet they often resonate with something primitive within me. I have tried photographing his brain with X-rays. It was surprisingly difficult to get good results. Dark blotches on the plates kept obscuring all details. My patient looked at the bad plates and cried out in terror, telling me the dark areas was the shadow of the worm, eating him from inside. I could not see anything out of the ordinary. I hope this is a sign that my mind is not as receptive to the madness as I had feared. After further inquiry,
This is very
my patient described
weird.
the shadows inside his mind as some kind of
Chthonic, you say?
monstrosity that wants to undermine his sanctuary. This is clearly a reference to a place he calls Teroea, a sort of library or convent that works as a psychological haven. With this imaginary haven threatened by this Chthonian, he has now constructed another, less pleasant hiding spot.
Is the word
Lately, he
Chthonian
has been bringing
from
up a metaphor
Lovecraft's
of a
writing, or
steamboat
did it
that has run
exist
aground,
before
that
Lovecraft's
he
writing?
feels
Does
like
anybody
he
know
needs to
that?
start the engines and reverse, but
So
he is
hold on, I
afraid
need to
that
change
hole
the
in
way I'm
hull
sitting.
would cause the whole ship to sink.
All right.
I've been watching him turn this metaphor into reality for the last week. He knows it's made up, but he is doubling down, trying to make it a real memory. I feel certain that this is my chance to break through the barriers of his self-deceit.
The weird thing too, as this is read to us, because this is supposed to be the same doctor, we've had 2 letters, the most 2 recent clues that we've gotten, that are far more caring. Okay, real quick, nap time. Okay, let's go into the treatment room. Because now we can unlock it. That is a loud clicking. The Flying Dutchman. Oh, that's the steamboat. Ooh, okay, what's our knowledge? When it makes you worse, what a terrible thing to recognize that your betterment... Oh, I can play
What a
it.
terrible thing to
I can play it.
recognize that your betterment was an illusion. That you are so infatuated by the virtue of struggling that despite all your hard work, you made no real efforts to ever become well. Or that the treatment becomes such an obsession that instead of letting your wounds heal over time, you tear at the flesh in the hope that it will heal better and faster. If only it would bleed in the way you wanted. Do we ever become well? What do you think, Dr. Gray?
I'm pretty sure that's Jeremy's voice. So we're missing quite a few things that we haven't found like any stuff for. So yeah, I think the unspeakable cults, I think we may have actually missed a chance because those look. Maybe we'll find some stuff around the house. Because now
This can't be.
should have fucking known. Should have fucking known. I hate that. Not getting 100% on collectibles. I'm gonna try. This is not. Okay. If I get like thrown in and out of that fucking boat scene, I'm gonna lose it. Granted, it does seem like it was hinting at me to go back into the doctor's office. But I really don't wanna. I really don't wanna. All right, so. Let's do this. Let's do France first. We'll go do, actually, we're gonna go this way first. Ominously long hallway. Let's do Baptiste, because I don't really expect Baptiste's room to change into the swamp again. So I want to know what's in here. Hello.
Brother, I need you to trust me. This is the most important moment in our family's history. I know you have doubts and that the terrible Mama Loa told you lies. I would never betray you. I promise. Lottie.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Alright. Anything else? Does... Oh, I thought I saw pizza. Also, there's weird tales. Yeah. Weird tales, anyone? Alright. Now we can go check Jeremy's room. I could have swore we got everything. Listen, if this game ends up giving me a jump scare like when I got scared by Nemesis in Resident Evil 2? The remake of Resident Evil 2? When I like opened the door to the library and he was fucking right there. Ah. Wow, there really is just a shitload of letters.
Detective Conley.
Hidden all over the place.
I'm sorry that my niece has pulled you into this mess. Please, with all my blessings, take her away from this cursed place. I have destroyed that Eater of Worlds and locked it away in the attic and retreated to a place of hiding. Tell Emily I'm safe. Tell her all the lies you can think of to make her listen. Take her back to New Orleans. Sincerely, Jeremy.
Around the place, not the best way to keep the message secure. True. Okay. Okay, did that count all of those as being done? Okay, yeah. Let's go put France where it belongs. In the ocean. Cool.
Hey, little lady, how's your evening been going?
Sir, have you been here the whole time?
Ups and downs, I suppose.
I hear that. We all live in the life of an elevator operator.
Ah, yes, back in the days when you needed
You
an
were
elevator
right.
operator. What you doing with those masks?
Do you want to see my mask, miss? I'm making it for St. John's.
Paper mache mask? How did you do that in here without making a mask?
How did you... Is that supposed to be my... Ow!
What the fuck?
You should learn your place, little girl.
Why are you acting this way? What did I ever do to you? Grace! Grace!
What the fuck did she expect? I'll beat the shit out of this kid. I'll beat the shit out of this kid. Is he alive? Door's just closed. Okay. I guess that is... Does it seem like there's actually anything in here?
The mask had reminded Emily of her father. It didn't seem like a chance connection.
I don't like her dolls. I guess there really isn't anything in here. How you doing there, bud? Oh, yeah, key. First floor hall key. Perfect.
I'll just borrow these.
Why did you have that? How you doing there, bud?
At least he's breathing. I'll just let him sleep it off.
All right. France time.
There's something missing.
A map? Oh, man. Oh, that's the mask. Hell yeah. More potions, baby. Then I'm pretty sure this room's not finished. Yeah, Cassandra's room. Because she had stuff in here. Oh, it's literally right here. Movie script. Oh, she was the author. That's right.
Jeremy knew that the only one who could help him now was the guest in room number 3. The room seemed to have been empty for so long. But that wasn't allowed to be true. The story needed to be different. To include something from the outside, he would bring the guest back to room 3 and show them what was in that safe. 913. But those were not the right numbers. That was the combination for the safe in the clerk's office.
But why did that tell us that now? We had to get the key. We did this puzzle already, didn't we? I mean, it looks finished. Okay, yeah, it's done. I wonder why we can interact with it again. Okay, so we need to go to room 3. France was the key to spicy water, apparently. Now, is this room 3? Oh, this is the bathroom. Okay. Where was the empty room? Empty room, empty room. Oh, right. It's in this next section where we have the key to it. Oh, and that's the stairwell key to the basement. Okay, that's fine. We can go back downstairs. God, I hate this child. I hate this child so much. Hello. Okay. Fuck you, bear. I don't trust that bear. Okay. You're joking. Okay. Nah, I'm taking your shit. I'm taking your shit. Wait, what is that? What's that bottle of? There's something? I can't quite read it. Snooping, snooping, snooping.
Sometimes I think this place makes me worse. That Dorsetto might be my grave.
Wait, whose room is this?
A coffin made of ostentatious architecture. A Taj Mahal for the drunken depressed. There's something about
Listen, if depression got me to go stay in a mansion turned into asylum, I would do it.
Get better.
I would do it.
In fact, we are here to be forgotten. Two passports? That's at least 3 passports, because that's a passport right there that's open. Very strange. Okay. All right, we still got 2 minutes until the ad break. I'm nosy. We're not going to go where they very obviously wanted me to go first. Is this Lottie's room?
Ruth, are you there?
No, Lottie's room was downstairs. War photo. Ah, there's one of the Dying with Dignity ones. Okay. I don't want to touch that camera yet, because...
Castle built the Zoetrope as an exercise in animation. He is very interested in moving pictures, and has even ordered an aeroscope camera for the colony. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of phantasmagoria he will produce. For now,
wait, so this is a journal from the art colony?
It's not the little man,
which is decades before, wasn't it?
Quite humorous. It's the spell of that flickering light.
Bob, thank you for the follow. Also, Melsa Herrera, thank you for the follow too. I missed yours almost 30 minutes ago. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's see if there's something we can do with this camera. Ah, oh, it's a bulb. It looks like we're missing the flash bulb. I am 99% sure if when we use this, it's gonna fucking like teleport us somewhere. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you doing, Fod? Fode? Vermont? All right, I think this door right here. Nope. Fuck. Wait a second. it's the jazz club again. Actually, we're not going to go in there just yet because I think it's going to start a cutscene, especially if we run into the lady that we ran into in there before. I'm going to save. Oh, I can't save. Oh, all right. We're just going to go ahead and get set up for the break because we only have like 10 seconds until the ad break. I will give y'all the music. I'd mute the game just so that it's not overbearing. And I need to hit the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom really bad. Fond, perfect. Prepping to move, so a bit more about, but otherwise good. Caught you on my front page, so I figured I'd step in. Hell yeah, well, welcome in. I'm guessing it was on the Together for Pride thing. Is basically what's been going around right now. But welcome in. I'll be back in a couple minutes though, guys. I need to hit the bathroom, so see you in a little bit. Good time to get water too, by the way. Okie dokie. What happened? What happened? Jill burned anything down? Set anything ablaze? Are we good? Sorry that took so long, guys. I got up to, after the bathroom, I was like, I want some strawberries, because I bought some strawberries yesterday. They are very good. I didn't realize at the time I bought it, but I just read the package while I was in there. Apparently they're hydroponic strawberries, which is very cool. Very cool. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Everybody bailed on you, Sunstar. No! We could have lit things on fire. I mean, not typically allowed. Nothing on fire yet. Also, if it's lagging, if there's like a delay, You can technically scan the QR code. You can scan the QR code to get some of that stuff. Stuff. Okay. Game over at level 7. How could you, chat? So tell me why I can't. All right. Let me pause you. Thank you, Van Halen. All right, let's see what the Jazz Club wants from us. The Art Deco Jazz Club. Nothing better, baby. A dinner party.
What is going on here?
There's a chest over there. We'll check that in a minute. Hello. Nothing. I've been bamboozled. I have been bamboozled. Absolutely. Run around. Really? Still nothing? Wait. Is that a 20? In the 1920s? Damn, we rollin'. We do be rollin'. Okay. Yeah, there's... Wait, can I open this door again? Ah, it goes back to the hall. Interesting. Oh, wait. What are you? A shaker? Zhang shaker. Oh. Oh. The box. And again, there's nothing in it! 3 things. We opened 3 things in this room, and there was nothing inside any of them. Okay. Looks like this is the only door that we can take. Yeah, this is the only door we can take. Hoodwinked, bamboozled, flim-flam. Oh, shit. Hello? Well then, what was the point of that? Oh, that's not the last thing we needed.
This is my room. I recognize this view. I belong here.
What do you mean? Death do us part? When I get back, find the familiar numbers. I'm here alone in the dark. Death do us part. Listen to me.
I know that number. Where's that from?
When I get back.
I wrote that.
When I get back. What year is it? Son of a bitch. What's the current year? Does anybody remember? What would have a year on it? I don't think it's 1916. No. Give me a sub that means I can do this. Shock. Shock, I say. 2025. God damn it. God damn it. No, 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 Badoop. No. Goodness, how could you? Okay. X-rays, dark blotches. We didn't find any X-rays yet. I want, because usually those things that are highlighted. Okay, hold on. Maybe there's more clues in this room. No. Okay. A parade. All right. No. I don't think it's going to be 1916 or 1909. Bring the guests back to room 3 and show them what was in that safe. Could it be 1913? I don't think so. We'll try it. So, oh. 1917? 18. I just got that entirely by coincidence.
Found that photograph from my time in France during the war. I don't expect this to be your fiancé, but it did make me think of him. What an incredible man.
Oh, that's right. She's married at this point.
You were lucky in a way. He could have been a nobody and died falling into the Mississippi. Instead, he volunteered to travel across the world to fight for people in despair, dying with honor like Achilles at Troy. I am jealous of you. Or maybe him. It's all incredibly romantic. That's what I wanted to say. Please feel free to use my camera if you want to. It might cheer you up. It might bring him closer to you. Even if just in memory. Ruth.
Okay. So now we have the tryout Ruth's camera. I don't know if I want to. I kind of want to go into the basement. I kind of want to go unlock the stairwell. We're going to do that first. I want to go check out the basement. Because I swear I'm almost confident that if I like put the bulb in and take a picture, then it's just going to like break. Or it's going to like teleport me somewhere. Why did that sound like a horn toot for a second?
This can't be.
What? The fact that it's steaming? Never mind, we're not going in there. Never mind, we're going to use the light bulb. Thanks, kids. We're going to use the light. The game duded. It duded as it pleases. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like that door opening started with like a horn doot. And then it turned into the groaning. Hi, Beef. What are you up to? How much beef we got today? Hold on, I am curious though, really quick. We're still missing something in here. And the small parlor. Fuck it, we'll do it. The door ominously closing in the background is kind of terrifying. My eyes!
Is this how you travel, Ruth?
Fucking knew it. Fucking knew it, dude. Oh my god, the captions. The German aggression.
Boston and New Orleans arrived yesterday to bolster our gallant forces in France. These men will play a crucial role in helping our allies defend the innocent and defeat the German war machine. Entrenched, they will defend themselves against the charging horde with razor-sharp ingenuity, all while planning how to advance the front with the use of artillery, machine guns, and pure American spirit.
Pure American spirit, of course.
More things than bullets and explosives that can cheat a man out of his God-given right to live. On the home front, a deadly influenza has claimed many lives. In New Orleans, almost 1,000 souls have perished in.
Was that a gunshot? This should be World War I. This is World War I. We're not even at the period of World War II yet. I'm pretty sure that was a gunshot.
I'll find you, John.
Oh, of course, John alone in the dark?
What was that?
Something awful, I'm sure. That thing's gonna stand up, isn't it? Here, just to make sure. I still got one bullet. Why do y'all never have any ammo for me? I don't like the silent trenches. Please stop. You know what? We're gonna use this. Oh boy, blood. I still can't figure out if they're using blood as a bad indicator or etc. Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw the rocks just appear there. Okay. Okay. I don't like this. Why am I not getting any fucking supplies in this game? That ain't good. Nothing that way. Let's just kind of scamper past, shall we? When this game tends to give you multiple paths, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. Morse code. Why is there nothing in these boxes? I feel like this is a bug. I feel like I have a bug. Because the only thing we've picked up in forever is those bullets in the temple that were just like on top of the railing. Hold on, this actually feels, these like sections actually feel quite a bit further. The fact that now I'm starting to see like the bodies of these soldiers. Still nothing in there. At like these corner parts.
John
is stressing me out. Okay, I'm not gonna go near that one because I don't trust it. So that was just a loop. So this was the direction we needed to go. No, we were playing on normal. Whatever the basically just middle ground difficulty is. I don't really play these games on hard mode because I'm much more here for the story that the game has to offer. Still fucking nothing. Still fucking nothing. No. Okay, nothing in there. Jesus. Hello, lighting? Oh my god, finally, ammo. I can load it, bitches.
John.
Shut the fuck up. We're stealth in here. I literally hit the stealth button, and then she just goes, John! I think it was that collapsing is what that sound was. It was a medical bag that was shoved into those boxes. Alright. Where's this horrifying boss fight I'm probably gonna run into? I'm just gonna have to go sprinting through the fucking trenches, aren't I? Oh, that reminds me. We saw that giant monster in the swamp. Remember? When we got, like, teleported to the swamp and we ran into Lottie? We have not seen that monster since. And there goes the saving icon. Oh, you're fucking joking,
Oh god, I thought
dude.
I was done with you.
It is the monster. Did I jinx it? It is. Okay, it's the big horned monster. It'll be fine, right? Right? It's fine. We're just gonna take this slow. We're gonna take it slow. I wanted to get that loot. I was hoping it was gonna be more ammo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is blind. Because you can see that it's like made out of pieces of people, but I don't think it has eyes. You got a nasty booty. I don't think he's gonna go all the way to that edge. I kind of want to wait for him to come past again so that he's going the opposite direction and I get plenty of time. Yeah, because he's already coming back. I would not have made it to that other thing before he turned around. It's no meat dragon, I'll tell you that. It's no gaping dragon. That was a new sound. I was kind of nervous there for a second. Shut up. Okay, we don't need to stop there. So that's the second time we've seen that monster. Why do I hear him still walking? Hold that a hand on his back? Yeah, those were hands. I feel like we're essentially going to end up finding like another one of those like wicker den looking things. Oh, what the fuck? So be it. There was also a Molotov there that I totally missed. Okay, it seems like we do actually have to go down. I don't think I could change the settings so that I can like carry this. Stop it. I saw the smoke. What is that? Searchlight? I don't want to do this. Oh, I don't want to do this. This looks bad. You fucking serious? Ooh. Shut up. Shut up. Go the other direction. Keep going. Oh, you're shitting me. Why do you make so many noises? Alright, we can just go this way. Ah. That was a new noise. I don't like that noise. Jesus fucking Christ. This game's giving me anxiety, dude. I'm getting them arms back? What do you mean? Oh, the arms on the monster? Oh no, that makes sense. Go ahead. Go get him, champ. Go get him, champ. I am glad though that what is it? None of the gentlemen. Infirmary? Hello? Ooh. Only one. Damn it, we're really getting only like one ammo at a time. I was also kind of hoping for like one of the secret things, but I guess we're not getting that. Oh. Yeah. You might give me that back. Ah, there he is. I could have swore he was bigger earlier. I don't like this. I don't like doing this. Sneaky, sneaky. It's also very weird how noisy this is. It's oh, son of a bitch, dude. Can I move a little bit faster? Are you serious? Shut up. Wait, where the fuck? I'm pretty sure that was. Oh, fuck. You know what? Fuck it, we ball. Oh, you're kidding me? Love it, bitch! Okay, looks like we would have had to break something regardless of which direction we took. Okay. Still nothing. still fucking hear it, dude. I feel like I'm supposed to like sneak my way through this little thing. Who's this cool badass in my recommend? Hi, Will Bill. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. I'm not exactly having fun with this particular zone. What a name. Will Bill the Aspie Rebel. I don't know what that means. You should feature a spider. No, I am not a spider. I'm an eldritch ringleader. Please. Oh. I just heard you. I just heard you, motherfucker. It's like breathing, like right fucking there, dude.
I gotta run. There's no way I can kill that thing.
Okay. What the fuck do you mean? Oh shit. I lived! Kind of? Wait, is it dead? Huh? What the? Oh, it's an explosion, frozen midair. Oh, we're gonna find out that's our husband. He's dead. Yeah, that was really, this game has really bad audio balance. Yeah, see, those are explosions. Frozen in midair. There it is. We're gonna find out that's our husband in the explosion. Ba-boomba. Bada boom.
Today, the American Expeditionary Forces face considerable losses in France. The brave men fallen on these illegal fields will forever be remembered as defenders not of just Europe, but the world.
What's the matter, Emily?
President Woodrow Wilson spoke to our
I can't do
country's
this.
war widows, asking them to stand tall.
What's
Just balance your ears.
I can't take you dying again.
Speak of them proudly, and remember
I'm still hurting.
Oh, so he did die. Okay, and she already knew, so this isn't a surprise.
Your death was just so
shameful. On the rise due to
unfair.
Influenza known as
Yeah, that sounds like war. Especially the World Wars.
the New Orleans City Council decided to open yet another emergency hospital in the old Derceto plantation.
Oh. And we're in the basement? Question.
Where is this? Where am I?
Oh, why did it suddenly get so dark? Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Not the red door that we saw before. All right, we're gonna go try this first. Yes.
I need the key.
Of course. A key. Here, can I push this? Oh, I can't. 0 out of 10. Can I push you? Okay, I can push the bottle. Those aren't supplies.
Oh, come on.
Really, do I just... I was hitting W, but she wasn't moving. Oh, no. Yep, there's a foot. I was right. Hey, Breaker. I feel like if I start turning things on, I'm gonna electrocute myself. But we'll see what happens. Oh. There we go. That was easy.
That's better.
Oh, and now there's stuff to explore and pick up. Derceto entombment plans. A set of technical drawings detailing how parts of Derceto will be sealed off. Morgue. Oh, is this just a representation of like it's basically been added to my map. Is that what just happened? Map. Nope. Well, there's a puzzle there. Oh no. Okay, that's the door that we found. So this was the section that was like put away. I think. I'm looking to see if there's... No. There's like a whole section over here. That's the garden. Oh no, maybe there is nothing on that floor. I don't know. Okay, now I can still look at this, but here, I feel like there's a lot of things to explore in here.
Chosen the Refuge, June 17, 1919. It is with a heavy heart that I must declare the DeSoto Refuge to be harmful beyond saving. As an emergency hospital, we have over the last 2 years treated hundreds of patients
and woke up in time to still catch stream Hallution.
Spanish flu. Unfortunately, our mortality numbers are unforgivable. While the influenza in itself was often successfully treated.
Okay, so this was made in 1919. I'm pretty sure the Spanish influenza was 1917.
In order to dismantle the refuge safely, building engineers will survey what parts of the house are especially contaminated by the peculiar rot discovered by Jean-Baptiste
the Dubois siblings.
The rot is believed to be the main perpetrator in spreading the deadly fungal infection, but also the cause of the incurable madness. The most afflicted rooms will then be sealed.
Oh shit, are we about to go running into fucking Biohazard? Is that what this is?
As the dead seem to exacerbate the spreading of the fungal infection, all bodies that can't be cremated by tomorrow will be forever entombed inside DeSeto's sealed section.
Why?
The refuge was never meant to be permanent, and as the influenza epidemic
18 to 20? Okay, gotcha. That's insane. That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard.
Altogether. Many brave volunteers have helped for
that just means that the fungus gets to fester and gets essentially free nutrients. Who knows what would have happened?
In their debt. All surviving patients will be transferred to other medical facilities around New Orleans as soon as possible. At the end of the summer, we should be able to leave DeSoto to recover. Dr. Isaac Herbert.
Biscuits. Ah. Ammo. Okay, are we finally getting ammo? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay. I think we're gonna have to go find more files. Surgery. Archive. Laboratory. Morgue. Hello. Wilbel, thank you for the follow, as well as Fireplace. Thank you for the follow too, guys. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. It's doing the thing where, like, anything that's useful only becomes visible when the power is turned on. But... oh God, there's bedpans. And urinary pots. Okay. IYFF Disgrace? What does that mean? Is FF Final Fantasy? Every time I see FF, I think Final Fantasy. Okay, so maybe we'll come back to this in a minute. I think there's... oh, wait, no, there's something else over here. Hello. Ah, there's more floor plans. Open. Technical drawings. Okay. All right. Maybe now this will get added to our... puzzle. Okay. First of all, I'm kind of going to assume that... like, certain one... these all need to go, like, upright. So let me do that first. foyer. Okay. So, foyer can go here. Apparently I can move that around too, which is very interesting. So, archive there. Hmm. I feel like that doesn't seem right, but okay. Wait, there's several morgues here. Why are there several morgues? Surgery has to be attached somewhere. So, what if we put you here instead? Okay. There's so many dead ends here is what it seems like. Okay, this repository has a tiny door, which makes me think that we got a VOD watcher here, man. The VODs are what? The VODs are watching! The VODs are watching! They're a VOD channel? Hell yeah, Will Bell, welcome in. The VOD channel, yeah, the VOD channel on YouTube is basically brand spanking new. I think technically there's more VODs available right now on here if you want to watch some of the older stuff before the model debut. But I will be putting a bunch of these other things up. I still need to make a thumbnail for this one. I'm not sure I fully understand this. Thing is, I also can't see the whole display of this one. So I don't know if it's quarantine, so I expect it to only be like single. I'm not sure I fully understand this. Am I potentially missing something? Here, let's do this. What I don't understand either, though. Oh, it's behind it. Okay, hold on. Okay. Quarantine here. Laboratory here. Repository here. Goes here. Morgue. Archives. And the foyer goes way up here. Surgery. Quarantine. That seems right. I feel like it's supposed to auto do something. Gotta scoot. Have a good time, MV. Thank you for hanging out. Time to grab a rubber. We're editing the rooms to fit together. No. Like, okay. No, nothing. Maybe this is supposed to go somewhere else. I don't get it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Jesus.
What's that?
Jesus. Names? John Marcus? Oh, cutscene. God, why are her pupils so diluted? She on laudanum? Where did you find the laudanum, ma'am? Oh, one of them is his body. Ma'am, do not touch the corpse. Do not touch the corpse. Do not touch the corpse. Order the rooms to notice the names. The names were on top, but the map was actually behind them. Okay, that's just stupidly lucky. That
217.
217. Is there any laudanum left? That's a good question. Oh, God, do not sit on the corpse pile. Do not sit on the corpse pile. If he sits up, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna fucking scream, dude.
I didn't want
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. She's not only touching the fungus toe, she's on top of the fungus corpse pile that has been festering for
I couldn't
years.
stand the indignity of your awful illness. I was ashamed of you.
Why? He went to war. He got hurt. That's the expectation. And then he got the fungal disease.
Forgive me. Please, John.
You should not be doing that. You should not be doing that. You should not be doing that. You should not be doing that.
Let me go.
Oh, it's Darkman. Is it bad? I'm kind of starting to like the Darkman at this point. Take a, yeah, do a bit of sobbing, inhale over the...
Is this what you wanted?
This dude, hey, here's the key. Okay, bye. Oh, that looked gross, dude. The truth. Oh. Okay. So... It spit me out on this side, which makes me think... I don't think I have a map for this, so just to be sure... Oh, I do have a map. Okay, hold on. We're missing something. Ah. Oh, it's the tag. That's the tag we saw. I thought it was a price tag. It's actually going to be John's fucking toe tag. Because of course it is. Okay. I actually want to see if this door will open. Nope. Completely separate key, apparently. Okay. Alright. We've done good. We got all the things. All the things. I'm gonna go in here. And then this, I guess, is... I guess using this key, Wait, I have another key? Oh, no, I think that's just telling me item type. I feel like we're gonna open this. It could be someplace else. No? Own up to your awful past. Nice. Nice. Heather. Oh. Oh, is this one of the x-rays? Ah, yes, a key item. Okay, are we about to have like an RFK moment? We're gonna find out like his brain's been eaten. Now, if one of these doors swing open and a motherfucker comes out and is ready to catch you, oh Jesus, Peter fucking Christ. I'm sure that's fine. Anyway.
Radiography. Patient Jeremy Hartwood. Date June 14, 1930. Plates. Jeremy's skull proved difficult to capture properly. Partial radiographs worked best.
Okay.
A complete picture of the brain can be assembled by piecing 3 plates together. Observations. Even when looking at an assembled version, a shadow covers significant parts of Jeremy's brain.
Okay, we already knew that.
Possible tumor, but more likely that the equipment is failing. Jeremy reacted strongly to the pictures and claimed to see a giant clay worm eating and displacing his memories.
Clay worm?
Notes.
Huh.
While
Hold on
this
a second. I need
exercise has
chapstick.
left me nowhere closer to an answer, I feel confident that a Burkhart lobotomy should sever all necessary parts.
What is a Burkhart lobotomy? Is that an ice pick lobotomy? Was that the man who invented the ice pick lobotomy?
Hypothetical psychosurgery based on the ideas by
Yes, it is.
Burkhart
I was
and
right.
the St. Petersburg research could end up saving Jeremy's mind. Severing the connections around the frontal lobe would
Yeah, when you
certainly
can't think
solve
properly
most
anymore.
mental afflictions.
All right, chat. Who's ready for their
procedure
scheduled
would be
lobotomy?
brutal in performance as well as in efficiency. An ice pick pushed through the edge of the eye and into the skull would untether the nerves like Alexander cutting the Gordian knot. As this would likely leave Jeremy in a very different condition, all other paths should first
Yay,
be
lobotomy! All right, chat. Line up. I
The
will get
medical
the
instrument I would need
ice
for this
pick.
lobotomy is missing, and I should have Waits order a new one.
Christ. Oh, this other one's already here. Give me that. Oh, I'm glad I came in here. Oh. Oh, hey, key. Surgery room. Excellent. There's another plate here. Doesn't seem like I can do anything until I get this done. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Hello. Surgery room key? A radio?
Ever the praises, abundance to the black goat of the woods. Hear us, mother, and take pity on us.
Huh? Is that a recording?
Jeremy, accept our sacrifice and judge our work.
Dictaphone. Okay. Oh, I'm taking the fuse out of it. Nice.
What's this?
It's me. Oh my god, the table, dude. The table. Video kill the radio star. Video kill the radio star. Alright. So we got the other fuse we need. I'm glad that there was not a monster in here when I came back the second time, because I don't think this game is above it. Oh, interesting. There we go.
Oh, that's better.
Was not ready for the red light, though. Okay. So... I'm hitting the, like, rotate, but oh, there we go. We'll do it this... No, this still doesn't seem right. Okay, hold on. What if I... did it this way? I say, technically it said it was... Do I need to do all 3? Okay, yeah, there was only 3, I guess, that are like relevant. So... let's do... You definitely go there. I don't think you're right. Rotate you. And then you, maybe? No. Okay. Could I be missing another one? Oops. Oh shit, it reset! Rat bastard. Rat bastard. It's my favorite outer god. Hell yeah. See, that's practically perfect. Time to take more pictures of Jeremy's mind, except Jeremy is somewhere else, seemingly. This has to be 2 of them. These fit way too perfectly. Okay. Let's go back. I feel like I'm still missing something. Let's see. Map. Oh no, it tells us we have all the stuff we need to solve it. So... Hold on. Just to be sure. Also, I forgot. I think it's V? Yeah, flashlight was V in this game. Can I open this door by chance? Still no. Oop, wait, what are you? Let's go. Oh, hell yeah.
Derceto stands on a breeding ground for the grotesque. A temple devoted to rebellious growth. The most ugly and cancerous side of nature. You may be able to shield your
because
psyche
it's technically it's done in like a triangle shape.
Your soul will come to pray to that hideous god in time. That is the story of every man and woman who gather around that ancient arbor. They all
could be. We'll try it in a second.
Bark and bleat because their own bodies are afraid and they wish to repel the evil those words conjure. Ia! Ia! Instead of that blasphemous name, they gossip in hushed whispers the name of Derceto, Astarte, and the Black Goat of the Woods.
Okay. Okay, let's see what this says that we haven't finished it. It doesn't seem like there's anything in here right now. Maybe after we finish the... Oh, nope, never mind. Nope, nothing? Wait, what's in there? Metalaken? Something like that? Kepthalin? Chloroformum purificatin? It better not be chloroform and meth. It better not be chloroform and meth. That is a block of it. Huh. Bone cell's missing. No, don't close that door to me. Son of a bitch! Open up, I said. Okay. Let's go back to the puzzle. Oh, hello. Yes. God, it's really only like drip feeding me shotgun ammo. What's wrong, game? You afraid to give me the shotgun ammo? Okay, let me see. What do I have selected? This one. Oh, whoops. let's do it this way. Still doesn't feel right. I feel like it would technically fit together regardless. See, it doesn't fit together that way. Whoops. Oops, wrong one. Turn you back around. Oh, damn it. It rotated again. Now, when it was over here... Wait, why doesn't it line up now? What? Yes, yes, ding dong. I see it. I see it. Let's go. We'll back out. We'll pause it. Let's do a hard save because we haven't done a hard save. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let me get you words on stream. Are y'all gonna fail the words on stream this time? Are you gonna fail? All right. Time to take more pictures. Managed to get home in time. Hell yeah. All right. I almost read that as Austin for a second. I do not know why. All right, hold on. Let me see something really quick. I have a lot of notifications for some reason. Oh, did I not start the music? There we go. Okay. Let me answer a quick thing. Okay. Okay. Hello? Mars Raid, Curse of Ra. Curse of Ra! Welcome in, readers. How was your stream? Oh my god, League of Legends, Marceline? League of Legends. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize Sunstar didn't give y'all another round. Let me see. We're already done, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. All right. How was your stream? What were you doing in League? Blue Nocturne. I'm gonna guess you're a Nocturne player. And if it's Blue Nocturne... Is it the Ghost Nocturne? Do you play the Ghost Nocturne skin? That's my favorite Nocturne skin. All right. Welcome in, Raiders. We're currently playing Alone in the Dark. I'm gonna be going a little bit longer because I want to do these puzzles. We're currently stuck on a bit of a puzzle right now. How did I get these together a minute ago? Was it this one? Oh, whoops. Which one was it? Play more than 8 hours. The fucking achievement unlocked? What? Why is that an achievement? See, that doesn't quite reach. Hmm. I've been saying get stumped, nerd. No! How's your stream going? It's going pretty good. It was very good. My partner played Rivals and switched to League. Oh, who do you play in League? I used to play support Syra. I played support Syra a lot, and mid lane Ziggs and Fi jungle. I feel like this one fits anywhere. Okay, hold on. Let's try it this way. Rotate it to about there. Put you back. Take you. These are like wrongly scaled and it's pissing me off. Oh my god. Thing is, I can tell that there's like duplicate sections too, but I don't understand. ADC many times is playing Kate and Zeri. I have not played Zeri. I used to play a little bit of ADC. I mostly played like Tristana when I did it, mainly because it was a very safe bet to play Tristana. But I didn't play ADC too much. ADC was probably the least one I played. I'm seeing like, well, I can't like point it out, but there's like that crevice that's like at the front of the skull there that I keep looking at, and I see it on 3 of these at least. But I don't understand. Because, like, just don't fucking line up, dude. Like, here, if I do it... That still ain't gonna fucking work. What if we do it like this? No, that ain't gonna do fucking shit. What if I... See, these feel like they're just wrong placements. Fucking completely. I don't see it. Hi, Short. I don't see the fucking... Ugh! Now that doesn't fucking fit right. I wish there was a fourth one. Fucking not, dude. It looks weird because I think one of the pieces literally, yeah, I know there has to be overlap. At this point, there has to be overlap. But like this one won't fit at fucking all. Unless... also doesn't fucking fit. The fact that this one has his like name and date makes me think like it has to be right. It has to be right. I'm pretty sure I did this exact same thing a minute ago. It's just... it feels wrong. Mad at the puzzles again? It happens when it does shit like this. Dude. Wait, didn't I just like have these together at one point? At this angle? Shit. Shit, dude. Why? Why? I don't think it would be all of them, because like even then the positioning doesn't like quite work. It's 5 languages in a trench coat. What the heck are you on about, Marcus? Let's try it this way. The thing is, I think only one of these that has the like cleft at the front is the right one. So there has to be. Something. Yeah, I'm pretty, they're supposed to overlap with each other at some point, which is like... Here, let me check something. This one. Shadow. Okay, it doesn't help. Does not help. This is the one we just did, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Let's try it a different way. God damn it. That is not the shape of a cranium. Something about shadows? Yes, it's the black mass in the middle of all of these. But it doesn't help because they all have them. It's more of just like a goofy fucking piece the puzzle together. Ugh. Just fucking shoot me, dude. Ah! Oh, that's the clay worm. Being a part of a statue? Statue. This puzzle hates it? Yep. We've checked every room, I'm pretty sure. Yep. I'm guessing if I had actually touched this door earlier, it probably was going to be locked. Fuck. Should have known. Should have fucking known. Water? We are moving. Yeah. And it said Jeremy walks into the attic. I'm just gonna assume that. What did I just drop though? No, I'd rather have that. There we go. I'm moving. I don't know where we are for sure right now. It's locked. Oh shit. I'm sure that'll be fine. And we're at the attic. Are you speaking to Twilight? I don't think Cthulhu's technically in this one. This is almost
I never got a chance to look around this place.
Rat. We're gonna go check that. Oh, hello. Tessellated shard. Is that Howard? Is this game's depiction of Howard Lovecraft? Howard P. Lovecraft? Dagon harassing Goat Mom? Maybe. I think this is a bust of H.P. Lovecraft. I'm not 100%, but I think it is. That's a weapon. That's a box. Give me that fucking box.
What's this?
Oh, I'm full. G to drink. There we go. Just go ahead and, top it off. Top it off a little bit. There's fungus coming out of this box. Huh? Oh boy. Puzzle. Okay. And I... No. Wait, can I really not rotate this? Wait, it says there's two... Oh, never mind. Huh? Ah. Okay. 6, 4, 1. Oh, I didn't get to check the rest of the room! Shit. The noose, the window. Uh-oh. Cutscene. Oh, no, not cutscene. Was that bird looking at me before? Ah. Green. I swear that bird was not. I swear that bird was not looking at me. Maybe it was? Did you gasp? Oh. Doesn't seem to be anything else in here. I gotta check. I gotta know. Well, there's apparently something, but... I don't think there's actually something back there. I think that's just all filled space. Okay, so maybe we'll end up back here again later. Right? Like, I don't need to come over here and, I don't know, like, shoot Howard in the face, right? Right? Correct? Question mark? Oh, my shotgun's not loaded. Alright. Amy who's it? Pardon me, we're going down.
This feels
oh, we're on the boat again.
Somehow.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jeremy, where are you?
I can't move.
I'm stuck in the mud and the fire is taking me.
I'm not
Jeremy?
convinced. I'm not
Can you
convinced.
hear me?
Motor is dead. I can't do anything more.
Hang on, Jeremy. I'll get the boat running. I'll get you out of here.
So the boat's basically an image of his, like, psychological mind, maybe? I think? I don't want to go that way just yet. Anything out here? Anything interesting? Hello? Johnson's cough syrup. Oh, oh my god, there's so much stuff down there. Okay, nothing else. Nothing else. Okay, please don't give me, like, Resident Evil Vine monsters. I'm begging you. Oh boy, more shotgun ammo. And I'm pretty sure that's a heal potion. Oh my god, it's the tiny almanite dudes. How is that not hitting them? Wow, you are sturdy. So be it. Okay, had to make sure. Had to be sure. Door, then something in the chair that I don't think I can get to for some reason, even though it's like 2 feet over there. Wait, is that the mask? Oh my god, it's the mask. I need that mask. I want that mask. That's one of the, like... Oh. Hello.
The boat is run aground, crashed right into the bayou. If I get the motor running, I could try backing into the river.
I don't think that's gonna fucking work. Oh, you're joking. Okay, hold on, let me check something. Wait a second. Doesn't look like I can see it, but... Oh, it's just a slide lock. Okay, hold on. I want that mask because it's the last part of one of the things, and I'm pretty sure if we get as much of the... I don't like that it just saved. Hold on a second. Can I go across here? No, I can't. Okay. So this is blocked. Gotta be a way in there, dude. There's gotta be a way in there. I hear the whistling of the bayou, but...
Jeremy, where are you?
Oh, it's a watch. Oh, hell yeah. Because that was another thing we needed.
There are many ways to cross a threshold. The easiest one
Give you ammo, health, and autosave. Trouble's afoot. Trouble's definitely afoot.
Inside. Another is sleep, hypnosis, or even sudden fright. There are those who fold spaces that challenge Mobius, or jump through angles that defy Euclid.
Mobius?
If you learn to properly use your talisman, you could go anywhere. You wouldn't even need to rely on the fluttering wings of the shrieking Biakis.
Are those the beetles? Also, I did not realize the Canoptic Jar had a tentacle on top. More ammo. Nothing. Okay. There's the hole up there to the room I want to get to, but... Hold on, now I gotta triple, double, quadruple check. It doesn't seem like there's a way on this side, nor this side. Nor this side. Okay, we do need to go up. Up it is. Okay, can't go that way. Molotov. So wait, does that also mean that the big horned monster's dead now if he was killed in that other vision? Like, do I need to be decently concerned that he could show up here if I'm like really noisy? Ah, there you are. Shut up, I'm going down here. I want those items. Seriously, dude? Oh my god, why are you so dirty? Fuck you. Oh, hey. Aw, one. We're not going out there. Because... I want this fucking mask. Pallid mask.
The artist spent a lot of time boating on the vast Lake Pontchartrain. Poetry, painting, photography. Everything seemed to become
drags or
better
pushes
by
you back into the water. Yeah.
And the opalescent sky. One night,
it's also
as the sailors
pretty
returned to their
fucked in terms of damage.
They found a masquerade ball taking place. It must have been Perosi and Nora who invited their friends from the theater.
Oh.
The sailors quickly fashioned masks out of plaster of Paris and joined the festivities.
Okay,
they
that's kind of
enjoyed
impressive.
themselves for hours before realizing time was not passing.
To be able to make a mask so
Nor could
quickly
they
is
find
actually
their
kind of
friends.
impressive.
As they began to worry, they demanded that the guests unmasked. But they could not, because they were not wearing any masks.
I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. All right. I wanted the special bonus, so now we can go back up and continue our escapade. Oh, that was her breathing. I was like, what does that sound? King and Yellow shenanigans? Absolutely King and Yellow shenanigans. We've actually seen the book already for it, and find a way to the engine room below deck. Oh. I don't think I want to go down this way yet, because we haven't checked. Oh, hello. Ammo. And I do know there's already one of those little things in here. Hold on. All right, come here, shit stick. Wait, did he just run through the fire? There we go. That was not nearly as useful as I was hoping it was going to be. Here, let's start using some of the shotgun shit. Oh, we got a safe. Oh, okay, I can just open it. Hell yeah, more bullets, baby. All right. Oh, it's a hatchet. I am actually kind of surprised there's no little guy in here. Oh, is that box not bullets? Darn it. Okay, hold on. Nothing else. See you there. Give me. Also, I hear you. Oh no, that's just the water. Okay, I thought that was more of those like little gurgly guys. This side's specifically blocked. What about this side? Ooh. Hell yeah, I'll take a hammer, dude. Plus, we've been using the same melee weapon since the temple, so that's a lot of hatchets. Okay. Open you. So my hand's cramping. Is this a paddle boat? Yes. Well, it's probably more of a steamer at this day and age. Okay. This one was already, we'd already been through here. Okay, hold on a second.
I can break this. I just need something to hit it
Okay. All the answers. Also, there is no paddle. So how the fuck are we gonna get this thing to move? No, go back down. Oh my god. The games that do that, where it's like, yeah, you're going forward, and then suddenly it's halfway through, it's like, yeah, controls change. Huh? Huh? Making my way downtown. Proud Mary, this ain't true. I hear strange noises. Okay, so this looks like the boiler room of some kind.
I think it just needs fuel to run.
Okay. Fuel? Empty gas can. Darn. Okay, so we gotta find some kind of fuel depot, question mark? I figured I had to turn that off. Oh. Okay, then this was the... Oh, well no, there's like a whole room over there. Is there an outside door? Can't open that. Can I open you? Doesn't look like it, but I'm still gonna check because I'm stubborn. Okay. Fuel? Hell yeah. No, it was. I was just checking everything before I grabbed it. Turn on the electricity. Okay, I still don't think that feels like a good idea. And then pull the lever. Is this still saying something's over here? Oh, it's right on the other side. Oh, it's ammo? Okay. Okay, I think I gotta climb back up. Probably. I think. Please don't let anything come down on top of me. And I'm thinking maybe there's... We can either do... We'll go to the captain's chambers first. Not the music. Is that a... It sounds like... Shit, what do you call those things? Oh, hi. Come here. Also, why are you bleeding? Okay. I don't want to waste 2 shotgun blasts on the little guys here, so... I see you in there. Was he actually immune when I just tried to hit him? Fuck you. Yep. There was a second one that came out of here. Did it burn to death? I don't know if it burned to death. Oh no, there it is. Hey buddy. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. I got nervous. Not the Muse or any of the streamers. The cat. Oh, hi. No, it's the thing where there's like a bunch of instruments built into it. Okay. Oh, I don't like those sounds. Oh, that's a lot of pistol ammo. Okay. Maybe this was just like an extra section for... Nope, never mind. I see your ass. I see your chicken shit having ass. Oh, fuck that one up, dude.
I'm out of bullets.
Good talk, boss man. Ooh. May have wasted a little bit of ammo on that, but I'm a little okay with it for now. Okay. Oh my god, what is up with them giving me so much fucking machine gun ammo? Orchestrion? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Orchestrion. Is what I was thinking of. Box. Ammo. Ooh. Lock and load, motherfuckers. Doesn't seem to be anything down here. Looks like I can touch this console, but I want to wait. That's a shovel. Until I pick up everything here I possibly can. Okay. Engine. Stop wasting time with lies and metaphors. I ask myself with certain games, I do not know why I keep coming back to this game. But the more I play it, the more I want to finish it. Oh, what the hell?
Uncle!
Are you under the impression that you died? Yes. No. I was supposed to die. What does that mean to you? That you were supposed to die?
I'm the catalyst. I had to die to make the story happen.
Story?
Nice.
What are you referring to, Jeremy?
30 years ago, Frederic needed me to die.
Frederic? You're not making any sense. Come back. Find your focus.
Frederic, is that his brother? Technically, like, her dad,
everyone.
I think?
I didn't play my part. I escaped my doom. Destiny.
Again.
We're getting pretty good with this pistol.
Focus.
Jeremy!
Now everything is wrong. Nothing is in place.
Hey, listen to me. We're gonna drown.
Calm down, Miss Hartwood. You're not in any danger.
But Jeremy, he was here, wasn't he?
Miss Hartwood, I am beginning to suspect your family curse is catching up with you. Have you ever talked to a doctor about your condition?
No. No, I was just confused. I thought I saw him for a moment.
Also, why was he sitting in here
I'm
by
fine.
himself?
I'll let you be.
Miss, I want you to know I'm here to help. If you need me.
And we already know that she had a room here, apparently. So I'm starting to think that there's like a bunch of stuff we're forgetting. Break through the barriers of self-deceit.
John Marcus died at...
Okay, hold on. We're still... Why does that say we haven't done that yet? They've locked it. That's why. That's why. Okay, what do we have right now? All the papers. Okay. Visited his... Oh. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. How do we get to his apartment? I know it's... Because that's still blocked, so we have to go up and around. Okay. I don't like the voices. If you start moving statues, I swear to Christ. I swear to Christ. Also, the game's really starting to lag. And how does that make you feel? Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, there was bullets in there. Excuse me, just locked and loaded, baby. All right, this apartment is here, I know, but technically we don't have a key, right? Oh. Okay, we're still missing quite a few things. Oh, I can just go. Oh, hi, Detective.
Miss Hartwood, lock the door, will you? I'd rather not run into dear Dr. Gray if I can.
My God, did you even get what you want?
This feels strange. So very strange.
Why are you acting so casual now? No. Really? Wait, we have fixed camera now? A hollow book. Myth of the Golden Fleece. How do I open it? It's a hollow. Why can't I open it?
There's a book missing.
Or maybe I can just put it there. Oh, that was really janky.
A secret door.
Looks like it.
This is a reference to the original game, isn't it?
Let me go first.
This is definitely a reference to the original game, isn't it? Hold on, I'm gonna see if there's anything, because I can't hit tab to see if there's secrets, so I'm kind of... Oh, hello. You weren't there a second ago, were ya? Yep. Okay, so we're still missing one more thing from the world's stage.
Oh, what's this?
Did I actually lock it, or... Okay, it is locked. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Now we're talking.
This is a reference to the original game, right? Okay.
Good to finally meet you, Mr. Hartwood. I'm here on the behalf of your brother Philip. You were expecting me, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, the lock camera angles and like the setup of the room.
I just wanted to ask you a few questions to see if there is anything I can do to help you and your family.
Okay.
I understand you're full of imagination. You make up a lot of things.
I suppose.
And you obsess over them, blurring reality and fiction.
Sometimes.
Oh God,
Do
there's
you want
pages.
to tell me about the dark?
Okay, hold on. All right, something else can tell me. Something you know to be made up, but you hold dear. Juan? John? Who's John? No, Juan Luis Jorge. It's the... Oh, okay, this is the author that we saw in the thing. It's a magnificent book, life-changing even. The real Juan is long dead, but I like to think of him as my friend, my most beloved friend. All right, Dante, whatever you say. Do you often do this, fantasize about people you read about? No, well, there's Jacob. Who's Jacob? Turn to the last page, Doctor. It's a newspaper article titled The Prisoners of Ice, Jacob von Ottstadt. He is also your beloved friend. Oh, no, Doctor, not at all. Is the fire that fights fire? I think it's clear your overstimulated imagination. This mania needs to be tempered for you to live a normal life. I know your family calls it the Heartwood Curse, but you want to know that there is nothing supernatural about your condition. It's all inside your head, and with that, I'm very qualified to deal with. In time, you'll be cured. In time. In time, we will exorcise all your demons, all the dark men. Screams. Okay. Please, Mr. Hartwood, calm yourself. Scream alerted the niece. Okay, that's me. What happened? Oh, don't you worry, little head about it, Miss Hartwood. Your uncle and I just had our first breakthrough.
Found anything?
Oh, Dr. Gray's in so deep. I knew it. He's as mad as his patients. I mean, look at this. She who can till the soil of this sick world and begin again. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. Absolute insanity.
Is it insanity right now? Okay.
This has something to do with the numbers for the talisman.
Oh. Okay, we don't have a key.
The Snake Dagger, a monograph by Yael Klein. In Ludwig Prin's book on pagan rituals called The Mystery of the Grave, as translated by Nicholas Vachy, there are several references to a sacrificial dagger called the Snake Dagger. It has long been thought of as a poor translation of the original text, that it would be more
Worm
appropriate
dagger.
with worm dagger from the Latin vermis cultrum. This seems natural following the recent consensus that the original title of Prin's book, De Vermis Mysteris, should literally translate to the mystery of the worm. However, this would take away from Vahi's great effort at translating the underlying meaning of the words
Why is my hand
and revealing
cramping?
several cultural beliefs. While Prince certainly was using the term worm as a symbol or synecdoche for
I
death
hate
in
that
the
fucking, I don't know what
which
to call
is made
it.
clear by the contents
Saying?
of the book. In the case of the dagger, we
Colloquialism?
shouldn't be
Whatever
too
it is, I
hasty
hate
to
it. I hate it
dismiss his
so much.
translation.
Also,
Reading
Kyoto, I'm sorry I
through
didn't say
Vahi's
thank you for the follow, but
correspondence
thank you
with
for the
his
follow if you're
patron,
still lurking.
It appears that he had more than just the Latin text at his disposal. Vahi had dug up Prin's living relatives and uncovered several cross-referenced historical texts and an actual snake dagger. The dagger was dated to the early Middle Kingdom of Egypt and had such a clear shape of a wave that Vahi considered calling it the sinusoidal blade. Knowing the full story, it seems prudent that he chose to translate it as
What does that
snake
word even
and not
mean?
worm.
I've never heard that word
There are
used.
several reasons why this choice of word helps us understand the pagans that Prin's book attempts to describe.
Oh,
The
Jesus.
symbolic value of the shape becomes more apparent when reading about the use for the dagger. In the passage of possession and exorcism, we find the snake dagger poisons the poisoner within the victim and is therefore pacified.
Huh?
Where the literal text would tell us that
Poisons
the worm
the
dagger
poisoner?
trumps the demon possessing
I'm confused.
the victim.
I'm
It tells
confused.
us nothing of their reasoning, only that somehow this dagger wins against the demon, like it had the better hand in poker. Vahi's translation allows us to follow the underlying logic to the ritual magic that is being performed. Poison the poisoner sounds like fighting fire with fire. That to hurt the demon possessing its victim, the priests would have to fight back with a power that is known to the evil they are fighting. The snake dagger is therefore not only a good way to describe its form, but it also helps us understand
Are we going to end up having
how
to
it could be
side with the
thought
Dark
of
Man?
as a useful tool for exorcism.
I feel like that's what this is hinting
also
at.
helps us understand the
Whatever the cult
relationship
is, and
to
in this
lunacy,
case, their worship of like
that it was
Shub-Niggurath.
thought of as something
I think we're going to
poisoning
side with the
mind
Dark
rather
Man.
than controlling it. What is also interesting to note is that the possessed are always considered poisoned in their head and not their heart.
Oh.
The snake dagger always went to the eye of the possessed, leaving them partially blind, if they had the good luck to survive.
Oh. Huh. Okay. Hold on, I need a drink of water. I'm missing something. I don't have anything for that. Wait. What is over here? Oh, it's a conversation. Is it
I
gonna be
have the
different?
strangest sensation that this is somehow Jeremy's room.
That makes no
What?
sense.
No. This is Dr. Gray's private quarters.
Okay. Is there anything else I can read? Just straight billet on the ground. Can't open that. Okay, then let's see. Is there... Can I do something with you? Nope. Oh, I think this is the date that I got before. It was 1918, whenever I just guessed. Or, well, ended up lucky because I was aiming for something else. But... Okay, maybe there's something in the bathroom. Because there was a bathroom, like, over here. Oh, 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 oh. Oh god, where am I? A mirror? Oh, it's a key. Ah, that'll do.
I can't believe I didn't see that before.
Well, I mean, I did kind of just open the thing. Can I get a snooze on that ad break? Hi, May. Welcome in. How was your... Not how was your... Oh, Otaku Gamer. What's up, dude? What were you... Tales of Vesperia. I don't think I know that game. Did you have a good time? Did you enjoy the game? All right. We got the key. Is that the phone ringing? Oh, it's pulling me. It's a cutscene now. Okay. Well, welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What is Tales of Vesperia? Is it an anime game?
Hello? Who's there? Jeremy?
Jeremy is with the Dark Man. You can't save him.
Jeremy is with the Dark Man? Where? Who is he? What is the Dark Man?
The Heartwood Curse.
Okay. I just really didn't like that breathing. Oh. What? Huh? Uh-oh. Investigate the broken clock. Okay, yeah. Oh. Sorry if y'all hear that. Somebody's doing something. Okay, we'll save this for later. We'll save this for later. We are gonna wrap it here, you guys. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a regular yap day. We'll be shooting the shit for a few hours starting at noon CDT. How's Load of the Dark treating you? Are you getting scared? I'm more getting scared whenever I get like the cheap scares. This stream be over? The stream do be over. I kind of wanted to get through the bedroom part. But then whatever is going on out there started going on. So, you know, as you do. As you do. So let me see who is live. Let me go back to the chatting screen. Yoink. Okie dokie. In music. But we will be back. I'm sorry for ending so soon after your raid, Otaku. It was also getting close to like regular ending time. But then there's whatever that is. So I think I already know who we're going to raid. It's probably going to be Zebby. Because nobody else is doing something spooky right now. Besides Repo, but I don't really raid into Repo, mainly because the game itself gives me a headache. I do not know why. But raid Zebby live. Raid this pants grab. Sylvie. Sylvie. Alright guys, we're gonna do a raid message of, let me see here. You know what? We're going to do Dumpest. We're going to use the Dumpest emote. And we will just do the we're your problem now. All right, guys. That is going to be our raid message. I'll be back tomorrow noon CDT. Until then, though, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for the great fucking stream, though, guys. I hope we can keep it up a little bit longer just so that we can get those sweet, sweet numbers. We can get that sweet, sweet purple check mark. And then I can start being finicky with my games again. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Good night. I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry, Andre, but at least you made it. So you at least get like one of that little sweet, sweet streak.